Chapter 16-17. Diwu Qingru raised his head, a faint smile on his face. He said in a gentle voice, "I came here today only to listen to the teachings of the elders. After that, no matter what decision the elders make, I will abide by it. How would I dare to criticize you?" This sentence was said very humbly. It could be said that it was humble to a considerable extent. His attitude was so respectful that it was impossible to dislike it. Only then did everyone's expression soften. Zhuge Sangqiang snorted and said, "The law enforcement officers have always secretly supported the Diwu clan. I heard that when Diwu clan master was in the northwest, there were even experts provided by the law enforcement officers as personal bodyguards. I wonder, what is the relationship between Diwu clan master and the law enforcement officers? Can Diwu clan master explain it to everyone here, so as to prevent any misunderstandings from occurring?" Zhuge Sangqiang was really annoyed that Diwu Qingru, who was once a servant of his clan, was now on equal footing with him, the master. Now that he was questioning him, as long as Diwu Qingru's response was inappropriate, he would label him as colluding with the law enforcement officers or even the extraterrestrial demon. Diwu Qingru still maintained a faint smile and said, "The reason is very simple. It's nothing more than the law enforcement officers wanting to support a new clan. As a nail under the wedge of the big clans, I believe all the elders have already seen this point clearly." Is Clan Master Zhuge trying to test Qingru by asking this question? Zhuge Sangqiang narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, "Oh?" Diwu Qingru adjusted his expression and said solemnly, "The Dharma Supreme and the law enforcement officers have indeed done a great favor for the Diwu clan today. Qingru has never denied this, nor does he dare to deny it. However, the Dharma Supreme has now been proven to be the extraterrestrial demon, or at least the successor of the extraterrestrial demon. His identity has become the enemy of all humans in the heavens. Although Diwu Qingru is not talented, he does not dare to disregard the greater good for humanity for a small favor. Just when this news was released, I have already sent away the experts who originally belonged to the law enforcement officers back to the law enforcement officers. If the elders are still worried, the Diwu clan is willing to be the vanguard when the day comes to fight against the extraterrestrial demon. The so-called innocence is nothing more than life and death." Diwu Qingru said word by word. His words could be said with extreme sincerity, and they were indeed Diwu Qingru's true thoughts. No matter what the Dharma Supreme's identity was, what his intentions were, or how great his kindness was, you are now an extraterrestrial demon. As a human, Diwu Qingru is irreconcilable with you. This was a matter of principle. This was an unshakable understanding. Zhuge Sangqiang smiled sinisterly and said, "I'm not doubting Clan Head Diwu's actions. It's just that with Clan Head Diwu's wisdom, why didn't you try to make these people stay this time? If you had exposed the Dharma Supreme's true colors, explained the pros and cons, and truly taken him in for your own use, wouldn't that be a good thing? Wouldn't it be a pity to let them go just like that? Isn't that unwise?" "That's right. That's not a good idea." When the other progenitors heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They secretly thought that Zhuge Sangqiang's actions were really too much. His words were purely nitpicking at Diwu Qingru. Diwu Qingru's expression turned serious, and he said coldly, "If that's the case, why don't all of you just put this matter on the table and call on the whole world to fight against the Dharma Supreme and the extraterrestrial demon? Isn't this better? Why was there a need to be so secretive? With your reputations, I believe that as long as you make a call, there will definitely be as many followers as the clouds. Why should you fear a mere extraterrestrial demon?" Zhuge Sangqiang choked. The meaning behind Diwu Qingru's words was very clear. If one were to really talk about righteousness, it would be accompanied by the drawbacks of leaking information and alerting the enemy. Zhuge Sangqiang, who was also known as a wise man, actually couldn't think of this and still had the cheek to ask such a question. It was really too embarrassing. Hearing Diwu Qingru's sharp counterattack, the other old monsters couldn't help but smile. Even the seriously injured Shi Baoxiao couldn't help but smile. Diwu Qingru's counterattack was really powerful. It directly made Zhuge Sangqiang speechless and even ashamed to face him. Actually, alerting the enemy, or whatever was being understated. If one were to really go overboard, why didn't he dare to publicly call for the whole world to come together? The reason was even simpler. The Dharma Supreme had already been in his current position for a full 10,000 years. 10,000 years, the Dharma Supreme's rallying power in the nine heavens continent, to the people of the martial world and even ordinary people, definitely far exceeded that of the great clans. Once the news was spread, the great clans wouldn't have any evidence at all. Even with Yizue as a witness, too many people's words carried little weight. Moreover, as a direct descendant of the Yi clan, such words would be even more unbelievable. Once the matter was exposed, the kind of chaos it would cause was unimaginable. Even if Yizue admitted that he had once joined the devil, it wouldn't be of any help. In fact, the Dharma Supreme would even accuse the great clans of rebelling and fabricating such a big story to frame the #1 law enforcement officer. There had to be a major conspiracy. In everyone's estimation, such a statement seemed to be even more tenable than the great clan's reason. After all, the Dharma Supreme was almost the #1 person in the nine heavens. What benefits could the extraterrestrial demon give him to make him give up this honor? No one would believe it. However, on the other hand, to say that the great clans were slandering the Dharma Supreme in order to shake his prestige and lofty status was the logical thing to do. If that was really the case, the great clans didn't need the Tribulation Sword Master to come personally, and they would be done for. Besides, there was another important point. They talked about the extraterrestrial demon every day. But in the entire nine heavens, who had actually seen the extraterrestrial demon? Who knew the danger of the extraterrestrial demon? Those who had seen the extraterrestrial demon were all dead. There were only 3 exceptions: the Dharma Supreme, Yizue, and Shi Baoxiao. However, the words of the latter two couldn't be used as solid evidence. If they really spread the news now, they would definitely be courting death. Zhuge Sangqiong finding trouble with Diwu Qingru just now was completely untenable. If Diwu Qingru really wanted to instigate the defection of those law enforcement officers, the biggest possibility was that he would be killed on the spot. As law enforcement officers who had been led by the Dharma Supreme for many years, when they couldn't distinguish the situation clearly, should they choose to believe Diwu Qingru or the Dharma Supreme? To law enforcement officers, this was something they didn't have to consider at all. Even if the person instigating them was a wise man of the generation, it was no exception. After all, Diwu Qingru was still a little too inexperienced. Yi Chunshin said, "Now that things have come to this, the Tianding Grand Meeting this time shall be decided as such." His gaze met Xiao Qinyu's, Ling Muyang's, Zhuge Sangqiong's, and the rest's. Everyone nodded slowly, expressing their agreement. Gather all the experts, don't keep any so-called trump cards anymore. At this juncture of life and death, if we still retain our strength, that's purely courting death. Yi Chunshin slowly stood up and said, "Use all our efforts and strength. Get rid of the extraterrestrial demon first. Eliminating the demon threat is the most urgent matter." Yes, everyone agreed at the same time. As for the Tribulation Sword Master, we still won't cooperate with them, but try not to have any conflicts with them during this period of time. Let them decide what to do and what to do. If possible, let them know a little about our intentions. If we can't eliminate the extraterrestrial demon this time, everyone will be finished together. Then, there's nothing more to say. If we're lucky enough to eliminate the extraterrestrial demon, we'll discuss the Tribulation Sword Master's matter again. We'll fight again. Yi Chunshin's deep eyes shone brightly. Against the extraterrestrial demon, we will never yield and never surrender. They had long forgotten how long it had been since the brothers fought the enemy side by side once again. It was just that a few people were short. The emotions contained in this sentence were like raging waves that turned the world upside down. Lan Buhui had died in the hands of a robber. Chapter 16:18. Xiao Qinyu stood there in a daze. There was an indescribable desolation on his face. He seemed to have aged several decades in an instant. He murmured, "If I had known that the extraterrestrial demon would be like this, why would I?" He shook his head and left swiftly, and only a wisp of an extremely heavy aura remained behind him. Ling Muyang stood ramrod straight like a sword. His gaze was sharp and filled with nostalgia. He said softly, "Xiao Qinyu, after this matter with the heavenly demon is over, if you are still alive, Let's fight to the death. His voice was very soft, but Xiao Chunyu, who was already far away, immediately responded. He sighed softly and said, You want to avenge Chuanbua? Okay, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for that day to come. Xiao Qinyu was already far away. Autumn couldn't help but sigh. He advised, Muyang, why do you have to do this? You and Chuanbua are brothers. Aren't we your brothers too? Isn't second brother Xiao your brother too? How can brothers kill each other like this? Ling Muyang didn't say a word. His face was as white as the white robe he was wearing. Then, he turned and left. Chun Yingfeng sneered and said softly, So righteous. Didn't anyone from the Ling clan go to besiege the Li clan? Why do you have to be so hypocritical? Ling Muyang, who had already walked out, paused. He didn't even turn back. His voice became deeper and deeper. The Li clan can't exist. It must be disbanded. This was the consensus that the Li clan was in trouble back then. I've never denied this. But back then, everyone also communicated that the Li clan can disappear, but Li Chuanbua can't. Isn't this the consensus of everyone? With Xiao Qinyu personally taking charge, I thought that at least Li Chuanbua's life could be saved. But it was precisely after Xiao Qinyu went that it led to Chuanbua's death. Chun Yingfeng, you can say that I'm hypocritical or that I'm putting on airs. I'll let you say whatever you want. But after this, I'll definitely kill you. Even if you don't say anything, I'll still kill you. You or Xiao Qinyu are no longer my brothers. How can you say that we're killing each other? Ling Muyang shot out like an arrow and disappeared into the darkness of the night along with a swooshing sound. Chun Yingfeng's face instantly turned purple. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. He turned his head and said, Look, this bastard. Muyang's temper is like that. Don't you know him? Autumn laughed bitterly. Everyone will go and prepare. Let's wait until the war is over. And we can talk about other things if we can survive. Everyone dispersed in an uproar. Diwu Qingro walked at the back. When he walked to the door, he saw a figure in hemp clothing standing with his hands behind his back. Zhuge Zhangqiang. He was obviously waiting for him. Diwu Qingro stopped. Senior Zhuge? Zhuge Zhangqiang walked with his hands behind his back as he said indifferently, The allied army of the 7 great clans is only here for the Heavenly Cauldron Grand Meeting. If such a grand operation is not completely and thoroughly coordinated, it will definitely bring about chaos. I'm here to discuss this with you. Zhuge Zhangqiang pondered for a moment before saying, Also, no matter what, I'm very sorry for my prejudices and attacks against your clan before this. Please understand. This is the clan leader's helplessness. It has nothing to do with anything else. For Zhuge Zhangqiang to say something like this, it was equivalent to lowering himself to ask for forgiveness. Who would have thought that in order to fight against the extraterrestrial demons, an old monster who had lived for 10,000 years would actually lower himself to ask for forgiveness from a junior like Diwu Qingro, a former servant and vassal? Everything was for the sake of the big picture. The common people were the most important. Diwu Qingro's heart shook as he said respectfully, Senior, you're too serious. We have different standpoints. It's just a flaw. If we talk about right and wrong, it would be too petty. This junior sincerely admires Senior's magnanimity. Zhuge Zhangqiang sighed and said, Let's find a place to talk. We can communicate a little. That's how it should be. Senior, please. One after another, the leader of a wise clan and a newly promoted peerless military advisor disappeared into the night. It was a pity that Mo Tianji was not here. Otherwise, with the 3 great wise men of the world gathered in one place, no expert in the world would be able to escape from their joint scheme. Even if the target this time was another wise man, the former think tank of tribulation. On the same night, 2,000 miles away, in a very secluded forest, the law enforcement officers' senate and all the top experts of the law enforcement officers were all gathered here, waiting for the Dharma Supreme's next order. I wonder what Lord Dharma Supreme is trying to do by creating such a huge commotion this time. Something extremely important must have happened. Previously, I heard rumors about the appearance of some extraterrestrial demon. Is it true this time? It's possible, but what exactly is the extraterrestrial demon? Although many people here were 10,000 years old monsters, at this moment, they were also speculating. After all, The extraterrestrial demon was really too vague. The danger of the extraterrestrial demon was really hard to understand unless one experienced it personally. He was a little nervous, a little excited, and a little eager to give it a try. There are rumors that the Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. What a joke. Haha. Then won't we also become extraterrestrial demons? I don't know what the person who started this rumor is thinking. Such a low-level rumor. That's right, that's right. Everyone, stop talking and wait patiently. A dignified voice was heard. The one who spoke was the most senior person in the Senate, Ping Xiaoyun of the law enforcement officers. Ping Xiaoyun was already more than 20,000 years old. After the previous few seniors died, he became the oldest antique in the law enforcement officers. In the entire heavens, other than Wu Jueqing, it was really hard to find anyone who had lived longer than him. Ping Xiaoyun became famous at a young age and joined the law enforcement officers by chance. He started from the bottom and became the head of the law enforcement officers' senate today. He was very famous and no one was unconvinced. He was second only to one person and above everyone else. Even the Dharma Supreme had to bow respectfully to show his respect when he saw him. Ping Xiaoyun's words were naturally effective. In an instant, there was complete silence. Under the night sky, a black shadow flashed past. A tall and elegant figure suddenly appeared. His long hair fell over his shoulders and his eyes were as calm as the sea, as if he was the ruler of the world and above the heavens. The Dharma Supreme had finally arrived. Greetings, Lord Dharma Supreme. Under Ping Xiaoyun's lead, the members of the Senate stood up neatly. There were more than 20 people in the Senate, including the top-notch experts of 8th grade supreme martial artist and above from the headquarters of the law enforcement officers. This was the most elite and most powerful force of the law enforcement officers. All of them. This force was so powerful that it could look down on everyone else. It was enough to annihilate any of the aristocratic families and still be able to escape unscathed. And this was only the most powerful force. It did not include the forces of 7th grade supreme martial artists and below that were coming from all directions. Everyone, it has been a long journey. The Dharma Supreme stood with his hands behind his back. His hawk-like eyes scanned everyone's faces. Did anyone encounter any accidents along the way? No. Everyone said in unison. It has been a long journey, Lord Dharma Supreme. Yes. I have gathered everyone here this time because the situation is unusually serious. There are still 12 days before the official start of the Tianding Grand Meeting, but I have called everyone here in advance to make some arrangements and make some preparations. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed black. The situation is unusually serious? Ping Xiaoyun's aged eyes flashed. He was already very old and had never been able to take the final step that belonged to the limit of the heavenly layer. No matter how high his cultivation was, his bodily functions could not resist the erosion of time and had already started to deteriorate. Naturally, he could no longer maintain his youthful appearance. His face was full of wrinkles. When he rolled his eyes, it was as if 2 daggers were shot out from an air-dried cigar. They were extremely sharp. That's right. The Dharma Supreme said softly, everyone must know that the extraterrestrial demon has really appeared. Everyone's faces were solemn. Compared to the aristocratic families, the law enforcement officers had a clearer understanding of the origin of the extraterrestrial demon. This is not the worst news. The moment the extraterrestrial demon appeared, he controlled a few of the aristocratic families and plotted a conspiracy. After many twists and turns, I have seen through the extraterrestrial demon's conspiracy. The extraterrestrial demon is plotting to completely overthrow the law enforcement officers in this Tianding Grand Meeting. He even wants to kill the Tribulation Swordmaster and end the legend of Tribulation. He wants to turn the heavenly layer continent into the extraterrestrial demon's market, headquarters. The Dharma Supreme heaved a long sigh of relief. The enemy is now hiding in the aristocratic families and has even involved the cooperation of several families. His power can be said to be extremely strong. Moreover, the extraterrestrial demon's cultivation is really high and unfathomable. We may not be his match. Everyone's breathing quickened. This series of bad news had shaken them. Although they knew about the existence and danger of the extraterrestrial demon from ancient books, they had never really faced one. The instinctive fear of the unknown was undoubtedly evident at this moment. Ping Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and said, "We have guarded the heavenly layer continent for our whole lives. Even if we have to die 100 times, we have no regrets. I wonder if the Dharma Supreme has any arrangements for us. We are all a bunch of old bones and have not been able to break through the last stage of collapsing the sky and shattering the void. We don't have many years left to live. We will just fight with the extraterrestrial demon with our lives. No matter how strong the extraterrestrial demon is, there is always hope for us to perish together with him." His gaze turned cold. Those aristocratic families are the descendants of the previous generation's tribulation. How dare they betray their seniors' lofty aspirations and collude with the extraterrestrial demon? Their crimes are unforgivable. Even if we have to be smashed to pieces, we will kill all these ungrateful things with our palms. The tribulation has been reincarnated for 10,000 years to end the decay of the previous generation. It is indeed predestined. The Dharma Supreme nodded with gratification. Good. I knew it. We law enforcement officers have been unyielding for tens of thousands of years. Our loyalty remains the same. This is the duty of our generation, our mission. It is also our glory. Everyone puffed out their chests and said loudly, "Yes, this is our glory. We will guard the heavenly layer continent until our deaths." The Dharma Supreme nodded with a sigh. Then, he sighed and said, "It's a pity that we are all hot-blooded. If the disparity in our strength is too great, it will ultimately be of no use. Unfortunately, the extraterrestrial demon's divine consciousness attack is also very disadvantageous to me. That attack is simply impossible to guard against." With a solemn face, he said, "A few days ago, I went alone to look for the extraterrestrial demon and fought with him. I hoped that I could eliminate the extraterrestrial demon in one fell swoop and pacify the world." Everyone pricked up their ears at the same time. The Dharma Supreme had once fought with the extraterrestrial demon to the death? What was the outcome? Chapter 16:19. At this point, everyone's scalp tingled. They focused their attention and asked, "Did Lord Dharma Supreme win?" Everyone knew that the Dharma Supreme was the strongest in the world. How could he lose? If he really lost, how could he still be standing here safely? "No, I lost that battle." Under everyone's expectant gazes, the Dharma Supreme shook his head and laughed bitterly. And it was a crushing defeat. If not for the fact that I escaped quickly enough, I'm afraid I would have to trouble all of you to collect my corpse by now. A bolt from the blue. This news stunned everyone. The Dharma Supreme actually lost to the extraterrestrial demon? The extraterrestrial demon. How strong was he? If we were to talk about the extraterrestrial demon's martial techniques, they are just SOSO and not necessarily brilliant. However, the extraterrestrial demon's divine consciousness attack is extremely powerful. It is truly unique and unstoppable. In future battles, all of you must be very careful. If you are alone, do not engage in battle at all costs. That will only be courting death. Remember, never. The Dharma Supreme's voice was solemn as he exhorted earnestly.
Yes.
Everyone was in awe. Don't tell me, we don't have any way to resist the extraterrestrial demon's divine consciousness attack? Ping Xiaoyun asked worriedly as he twirled his beard. Ways. The Dharma Supreme heaved a long sigh. He wanted to say something but stopped. After pausing for a moment, he said, "It's not that we don't have any. It's just that this method is more cruel. I don't recommend using it. Look at the situation now. What's there to be afraid of? We are all people who have fought countless battles of life and death. What's there to be afraid of? Having a way to deal with the extraterrestrial demon is better than watching him wreak havoc in the human world. Do we have a way but have to watch him kill us one by one?" Ping Xiaoyun said heroically, "As long as we can kill the extraterrestrial demon, even if it costs me my life, I won't hesitate." "Yes, Dharma Supreme, please give us some pointers," everyone said excitedly. In order to not become fish meat at the mercy of the extraterrestrial demon, We would rather perish together with the extraterrestrial demon. We don't mind using any method. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flickered, as if he was touched by everyone's righteousness. After pondering for a long time, he let out a long sigh and said bitterly, I once had the opportunity to obtain a mysterious cultivation method. It can allow a person's spiritual energy to completely erupt in a very short period of time, reaching 3 times the original spiritual energy. The effect of this method is very obvious, but the consequences are also very obvious. Martial artists who use this method will never be able to advance their cultivation in the future. Also, the process of breaking through is very painful. If something goes wrong, their life will be in danger. Since there's such a secret technique, we're not afraid. We don't care. We are willing to give it a try. Hearing that one's spiritual energy could be tripled out of thin air, everyone's eyes lit up. Taking a little risk and enduring a little pain was nothing. In fact, everyone had already reached the bottleneck of their cultivation. Everyone was well aware that their chances of breaking through the next step were extremely slim. Since that was the case, what did it matter if his spiritual sense couldn't advance for the rest of his life? If he didn't use this method, he wouldn't even be able to obtain the 3-fold increase in spiritual energy. As for whether the process would be painful, what was there to be afraid of? The process was just a very short period of time. Even if it was painful, so what? Their lives would be in danger? Everyone was already at this age and was nearing the end of their lives. It was appropriate for them to take a gamble for the sake of the common people today. Everyone didn't hesitate and requested the Dharma Supreme to impart the cultivation method immediately. Only the Dharma Supreme was still hesitating. After pondering for a long time, he finally said, This cultivation method is really very strange. Moreover, the process requires my assistance. Also, during the cultivation process, everyone's spiritual energy must not have the slightest bit of resistance. He seemed to find it hard to bring up this topic. Ping Xiaoyun laughed and said, Lord Dharma Supreme, you're thinking too much. Don't we trust the Dharma Supreme? With the Dharma Supreme's help, of course, it's better. Even if the Dharma Supreme didn't mention it, we would still like to ask the Dharma Supreme to protect us. Who would resist the Dharma Supreme's help? Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed at the same time, feeling that this topic was very funny. As for what's strange, even if the Dharma Supreme doesn't mention it, I can guess it. Just based on the Dharma Supreme's previous hesitation, I'm already prepared. Ping Xiaoyun said confidently, for anything that can be improved quickly, there's no such thing as a normal cultivation method. It's normal that it's a little strange. If we cultivate step by step like this and have 3 times the spiritual energy, that's really strange. Yes, the Dharma Supreme doesn't have to worry about us. We're willing to cultivate this cultivation method to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. Since that's the case, I'll teach you this cultivation method now. Everyone must endure that painful process and do your best to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. Deep in the Dharma Supreme's eyes, there was a faint black light flickering, cold and ruthless. However, no one noticed it. No one would believe that the Dharma Supreme, whose name shook the world and who had held the highest authority in the heavens for more than 10,000 years, would actually deliberately harm them. The Dharma Supreme's faint voice sounded. Everyone, the first thing to do when cultivating this cultivation method is to relax your spiritual energy. Close your eyes and hand over all control to me. I will lead everyone to obtain this divine sense energy. Let's do our best for the safety and happiness of all living beings in this world. Under the Dharma Supreme's request, everyone closed their eyes and completely relaxed their spiritual energy. With the highest trust and the greatest sincerity, the Dharma Supreme's eyes quickly turned into a dark color. It was a color darker than the night sky, exuding a dark and gloomy color. The next moment, he waved his hands and with a whoosh sound, balls of demonic aura swarmed out, completely enveloping this small area in an instant. Every high-level expert of the law enforcement officers was individually wrapped in a ball of black fog. In this ball of black fog, everyone could hear the Dharma Supreme's voice speaking to them individually. Open your eyes, yes, don't be suspicious. It's right here. Relax your mind. We're going to cultivate this cultivation method. In order to break the demonic barrier, we have to make a choice first. Yes, this is a game of choice. Everyone, just treat this experience as a game. Follow your heart to choose and give up. Naturally, you'll be able to reach the other side of your heart. Now, the choice begins. A ball of thick demonic fog surged in the forest, boiling and expanding continuously, as if the extraterrestrial demons were laughing sinisterly. 3 wise men had gathered in the capital region, and the 4th was also on his way. The capital region is right in front, Mo Tianji said quietly as he stopped in his tracks and looked into the darkness ahead. We didn't find any traces of the extraterrestrial demons here. Chu Yang frowned. Along the way, other than discovering experts killed by the extraterrestrial demons from time to time, the brothers also felt that the world was really about to change. The entire martial world had been completely chaotic during this period of time. It was unprecedentedly chaotic. The degree of chaos had never been seen before. The Heavenly Tripod Convention, which had not been held for a long time, was suddenly held in advance, causing the entire continent to be in an uproar within a day. Almost all the experts were surging towards the capital region from all directions. Along the way, they had already encountered no less than 200 groups of people who were rushing toward them from different forks in the road. Right now, the capital city was almost bursting with people. Although the previous medicine banquet was also quite grand, it was only attended by the well-known pharmacists of the continent, some martial artists from the big clans, law enforcement officers, and people from the Medicine Valley. Although there were many who came to watch the show, there weren't too many of them. However, the Heavenly Tripod Convention this time was a convention that concerned the fate and future of all the martial artists in the world. Basically, everyone who felt that they had the ability and could seize the opportunity had come. But then again, who would think that they didn't have enough ability and opportunity? Therefore, regardless of whether they were qualified or not, everyone came together. Who knew? Maybe a blind cat would meet a dead mouse and get lucky. There were definitely many who had such thoughts. Also, the Dharma Supreme had given out the token of the law enforcement officers, the World Order, 10 days ago. This was the most supreme token of the law enforcement officers. All the law enforcement officers had to act according to the order. No one dared to disobey it. Not to mention disobeying it, they couldn't even delay it. This token was the symbol of authority. Therefore, all the law enforcement officers above the martial saint level in the world were also rushing towards the capital region like ants moving to a new house. All the big clans were also making their moves. Even the newly established Diwu clan, which was originally conservative and low-key, was now ready to make a move. All the topics were only left with the 4 words, Heavenly Tripod Convention. All the events were also carried out around Heavenly Tripod Convention. Even the battle in the northwest that had been a hot topic for a while, and the inexplicable destruction of the Sure family, no one mentioned it anymore. The Calamity Swordmaster, who had been a hot topic for a long time, was now just an addition to the topic. As for the Dharma Supreme's previous accusation that the Tribulation Swordmaster was a heavenly demon, no one brought it up again. The whole world had gone crazy for the upcoming Heavenly Tripod Convention, because the Dharma Supreme had solemnly announced that the Heavenly Tripod Convention this time would be very different from the previous ones. All those who met the requirements would be promoted and given the opportunity to enter the ranks of the law enforcement officers. There wouldn't be so many restrictions like before. All the rules and regulations would be removed. As long as you became a law enforcement officer, you would have the strongest and most solid backing in the world behind you. Chapter 1620. Becoming a law enforcement officer means that you don't have to work so hard and worry about your life. Furthermore, you will have an iron rice bowl, and your family will be protected by the law enforcement officers. An iron rice bowl? Oh, my mother. Furthermore, you will be able to jump into a privileged class from then on. Who doesn't want to ride roughshod over others? Who doesn't want to have it? Who doesn't know how to ride roughshod over others? How cool would it be to bully others? Just thinking about it makes me so excited that I'm spasming. I hate corrupt officials. I hate corrupt officials. If I have the chance, I will kill them without mercy. Because I'm just an ordinary person. I have no rights and have never used them. I have never enjoyed the wonderful taste of power. But if I become an official and have power, I will fucking let the sky be high. Who doesn't know how to embezzle and take bribes? Who doesn't know how to fish for benefits? Who doesn't know how to find beautiful wives and concubines? Who doesn't know how to ride roughshod over others and bully others? I know how to do it too. There are definitely many righteous people in this world. However, there are probably even more people with evil thoughts. Every day, they would complain about injustice with righteous indignation. They would complain about this and that. However, if these people who complained really got to the top, they might be even worse and more ruthless than the people they scolded. Envy, jealousy, hatred. Hatred comes last. But envy and jealousy are the source of hatred. No one is an exception. Those who scold the civil servants as evil and ruthless still have to sharpen their brains every year to take the civil servant exam. As for how many of them did it for the noble purpose of benefiting the common people and serving the people, that is unknown. Anyway, it's not easy to be a saint, but it's still easy to say a few words of a saint. Everyone can say the truth. Everyone, no matter if they are good or bad, liar or be asterisk teeth, stupid or pretentious, under such a huge temptation, would rush into the fire like moths to moths. Everyone's face was righteous. Everyone's sleeves were clean. They were all open and honest. They were all righteous. In order to become a law enforcement officer, for this heaven-sent opportunity, they would fight. Chu Yang heard a guy proudly reciting, "My whole life, I've been at the bottom of the river. I've suffered all kinds of humiliation and have nowhere to ask for. Today, if I can reach the clouds, I will repay kindness for kindness and take revenge for enmity." With the power of life and death in his hands, how could he be worried about the 1 meter higher sky? I will live in glory, splendor, wealth, and rank, and let his blood flow. Towards such a person, Gu Duxing was unable to restrain his anger and directly strangled him to death after hearing this nonsensical doggerel. This kind of bastard actually wants to strive for a high position? Minister Chu was extremely arrogant. Calm down. Calm down. If you want to kill such a person, I'm afraid you'll have to kill at least 1/3 of the people in this world. There will be many fish that will escape the net. Mo Tianji speechlessly said to Gu Duxing, "Kill them one by one. Kill them one by one. Kill them one by one. There will be a day when all of them will be killed." Gu Duxing said ruthlessly, "You will never be able to kill them all. Even if you tire yourself to death, you will never be able to kill them all. The human heart is restless, and it is difficult to suppress its desires. You can kill people, but can you extinguish the desires of the human heart?" Mo Tianji was speechless at this guy's stubbornness. While they were resting in a small town, everyone finally experienced the enforcer's propaganda this time. They also knew why the echo was so popular. No wonder it was so popular. If that statement was true, regardless of the outcome, the world would be in chaos for a long time. There are many talents in the heavens. Don't hesitate to enforce the law. Get rid of old rules and seek for good generals. Get rid of old habits and reach the heavenly platform. Then it was how to get rid of old rules and bad habits, how to get rid of talents without sticking to one pattern, and so on. The conditions are so lax. No wonder so many people are scrambling for it. Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang. His expression was very complicated and solemn. There was even a hint of fear. It was really rare to see something that could make the divine calculator so fearful. Mo Tianji truly felt the premonition of great danger towards the Dharma Supreme's actions. How much do you think the heavenly demon can recover before the Tianding Grand Meeting? Mo Tianji asked softly. Chu Yang looked up at the sky. The Dharma Supreme is so unscrupulous and frenzied in collecting soul energy. I'm afraid. He stopped here. But Mo Tianji already understood that tribulation was likely to face the heavenly demon in his peak condition this time. Even if everyone's strength had increased tremendously, the future was still not optimistic. It might even be very bleak. Now we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. I hope the heavens will still care for all living beings in the heavens, and that the legend of tribulation can still continue. The two of them said almost in unison. The two of them discussed for a while and decided not to reveal their identities or enter the city for the time being. They would wait and see how the situation developed. If the remaining people of the big clan still insisted on being enemies with their brothers, once they entered the city, they would really be like sheep entering a tiger's den. Even if the situation was different now, they still had to be careful. After all, there were too many experts in the city now. Other than those experts, there were still the heavenly demon and the Dharma Supreme lurking nearby. If they were not careful, they would be in great danger. Even if Chu Yang and the rest were very confident, they did not dare to challenge tens of millions of people at the same time. At noon, everyone was drinking tea in a tea stall in the north of the capital. They wore bamboo hats, which not only blocked the sun, but also covered their faces. Everyone paid attention to the pedestrians rushing into the capital and sighed speechlessly. The rallying power of the Dharma Supreme and the law enforcement officers was really terrifying. This place was already very far from the city gate. Usually, it was just an ordinary passage. There were not many people walking on it. Only every few days would there be large groups of people or caravans passing by. But now, it was completely like going to the market. Countless people came from afar with unusually excited faces. They threw down an ingot of silver and drank a bowl of tea to quench their thirst. Then, they continued to rush into the city excitedly. Their faces were full of longing and reverie. It was as if they had already obtained the high position and generous salary of the law enforcement officers. Regarding this, Chu Yang could only sigh. He could only sigh. Fame and fortune were always the strongest desires in the bottom of people's hearts. And the Dharma Supreme used a piece of paper to release all the demons in people's hearts from their cages. Along the way, other than the experts killed by the extraterrestrial demons, there were also countless, tens of millions of corpses. These were all caused by these people who were obsessed with fame and fortune. With one less person, there would be less competition. Far away in the east, there were more carriages coming. From afar, someone sang, "Chariot Lin Lin, horse Xiao Xiao, my heart is higher than the sky. Great beauty in my arms, unlimited wealth piled high. If I become a law enforcement officer, I will be free and unfettered. Whoever dares to make a fuss, I will slap him into a bird with one slap." Everyone was dumbstruck. Where did such a supreme being come from? They only heard this person continue to sing, "Dang li dang, dang li dang. Speaking of the southeast, my surname is Huang. Dang li dang, yellow ah so yellow, a young wolf. This wolf is not that man, a big eater who specializes in eating beauties. Dang li dang, bang bang bang. I have a saber in my hand, a sword at my waist, and a spear at my crotch. Beauty, if you don't believe me, you can come and fight with me. Dang, dang, dang." Chu Yang turned to look at the right time and couldn't help but be shocked. The people who came were actually acquaintances. What entered his eyes was a sea of yellow clothes, allowing Chu Yang to recognize the origins of these people. Chu Yang still remembered the voice of a male duck, which sounded like it had been smashed in the throat with a stick. So it was this guy, Huang Clan. A skinny yellow-clothed youth was riding on a tall horse, swaying and swaying. His whole body was filled with the aura of a hooligan. His eyes were rolling around, and his hair was withered and yellow. His mouth was still singing loudly. This voice was really something that people who heard it once would never forget for the rest of their lives. Seeing that they were about to get close, a foreigner suddenly came in a hurry. It seemed that he was very thirsty. When he saw that there was a tea stall here, he immediately leaped and flew over. Coincidentally, he swept past the head of this yellow-clothed male horse. The strong horse was unexpectedly startled, and it reared up with a long neigh. The yellow-clothed young man on the horse was caught off guard and didn't have time to react at all. He only had time to let out a scream, and then fell off the horse. Fortunately, the attendant behind him caught him with his spear. That yellow-clothed young man was so scared that his face turned pale. Suddenly, he flew into a rage and shouted, "You bastard! Do you not have eyes? Motherfucker, you didn't go out with the eyes on the bridge of your nose, but with the eyes in the groove of your ass? You've startled this young master's horse. Why don't you get your ass over here and wait for a beating? Bastard, I'm always talking about you. I'm talking about you. You bastard. whose whole body is like the color of feces that have been sunk for 3 days. You motherfucker. Why don't you stand up and kowtow to apologize? Look at your bird body. You're not even as tall as sitting. Motherfucker, are you actually a dog in your bones? This arrogance and despotism was truly at home. GMO and Luo Ku D revealed a rare look of admiration on their faces. This scolding was really good. What's more, it matched with his body. The person sitting down was somewhat deformed. His legs were especially short, but his upper body was unexpectedly slender. When he sat down, he was indeed taller than when he was standing. Second Master Ji and Second Master Luo were already known as the ancestors of scolding people, but their level of scolding and viciousness was really not on the same level as this yellow-clothed young man in front of them. It was true that the strong always had strong people behind them, and the capable always had strong people behind them. How could these two not be impressed? That person had just picked up a cup of tea and drank it to moisten his throat when he heard the scolding, and it was so unpleasant to hear. He immediately flew into a rage and turned around, scolding, "Little bastard. So what if I startled your horse? Are you looking for death by speaking so rudely?" Chapter 1621. That person's face was distorted, but he was still afraid of offending the big shot. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Huang Xiaoliu." The yellow-clothed young man roared with saliva splattering everywhere. He said ferociously, "Have you heard of Huang Gong?" "I'm Huang Xiaoliu." "I'm Huang Xiaoliu." "Who's Huang Xiaoliu?" Everyone around began to discuss in low voices. Were they too ignorant and inexperienced? But it seems that we really haven't heard of any expert with this name. Upon hearing that, that person said angrily, "I don't care if you're Huang Xiaoliu or Huang Xiaoliu. How dare you scold me? Do you know who I am?" Someone at the side had already started to laugh. This guy is really stupid. Based on his behavior and his surname, he must be a descendant of the Huang clan in the southeast region. He must be the only Grand Duke of the Huang clan. This person actually doesn't even know the Huang clan, which is famous in the southeast region. He's probably a hothead who came out from some corner. He doesn't even have the basic judgment. He's going to suffer a loss today. Huang Gong was unable to restrain his anger as he shouted, "Enough! Enough! 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 Damn it, there's actually someone who hasn't heard of me. It's obvious that I'm ignorant. In the martial world, even if I don't have the ability, I still need to have knowledge. Even if I don't have knowledge, I still need to have common sense. This is simply an insult to me. Guards, catch this ignorant bastard. I'm going to manipulate him personally. If I don't do it 1,000 times, today's matter won't be over." The two yellow-clothed men at the side responded. Their figures were steady and dignified. Their gazes were like lightning. Obviously, they were first-class experts. Seeing this, that person instantly panicked and retreated continuously. You actually dare to hit me in broad daylight?" Huang Xiaoliu laughed strangely. "It seems that I've underestimated your ignorance. I've even abducted women in broad daylight. Can I hit you? Not to mention that you're a man. Even if you're a woman who's not pretty, I'll hit you too. Capture him for this duke." These words were truly unreasonable to the extreme. The level of a foppish young master had obviously risen to an amazing level. While they were talking, the two martial saints had already caught that person. Huang Xiaoliu shouted, "Catch him. Hold on tight. Don't let him move. This duke wants to have a fair fight with him, a fight to the death, so that he won't say that I bullied him." As he spoke, he was about to leap forward. His words rendered everyone speechless. First, he captured the other party and didn't allow him to move at all. Then, he would have a fair, one-on-one fight with the other party to the death? This is a little too fair. Could you be any fairer? What Dong Wushang hated the most in his life was this kind of despicable act of bullying men and tyrannizing women. He slammed the table. He was about to stand up and speak up. "She was just passing by in front of you. To be fair, she didn't offend you. Why is it that you want to sentence her to death?" He actually wanted to make hundreds and thousands of different shapes? Let's not talk about putting it on display. If I just asked you to think about it, would you be able to think of it? But before Dong Wushang could stand up, I say, that Huang Gong, he said, you, little Huang Gong, are really awesome now. TSK, hundreds and thousands of different shapes. Are you sure you can make all of them? Do you want me to help you? As soon as this was said, the people from the Huang clan glared at him. There were quite a lot of people from the Huang clan this time, and there were quite a lot of experts. Not only were there martial saints, there were even a few supreme martial artists. At this moment, they all turned their heads to look. That joint pressure was simply frightening. Only Huang Xiaolu Gong was startled when he heard the arrogant voice. He was completely stunned. Then, he suddenly let out a strange cry. Ah, why is it you? Why are you here? The person who spoke was Chu Yang. The brothers hadn't heard Chu Yang speak in such a tone before, so they didn't realize it in time. Oh my God, how can Boss Chu speak like that? Could it be that he didn't take the wrong medicine or took fake medicine? Chu Yang smiled. If you can be here, why can't I be here? I'm still thinking of treating your illness. It's fine if I'm in a good mood. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll just beat you back to your original state. Upon hearing that, Huang Xiaoyo screamed again. Then, he rushed down towards Chu Yang's side. He shouted along the way, Master! Oh, my uncle! Oh, my dear uncle, you! All the experts from the Huang clan were in a mess. Who's this person who's wearing a big bamboo hat? Is he the elder brother of the clan master? Otherwise, why is our master calling him dear uncle in such a flattering manner? However, although this person's movements were strange and a little old-fashioned, why didn't his voice sound old? Instead, it sounded a little young? No, it's definitely not strange. A certain king of hell doesn't seem old. He's only a few years older than most of the young people. It's really strange if he's old. The tone of that, dear uncle, turned amiable. He seemed to be very concerned as he asked, How are you now? Are you feeling better now? Is the medicine tasty? Do you want to take it again? It's also good to consolidate the effect. Huang Xiaolu Gong shook his head impatiently, like a pug wagging its tail in front of its master. He said in an extremely nauseating tone, Oh, sir, I'm really fine now. I really don't need to take that medicine anymore. I really don't need it anymore. I can show you my thing. I'm really fine now. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Thinking of the feeling when he took the medicine, Huang Xiaoyo couldn't help but burst into tears. That was simply not a day for humans to live. Chu Yang sneered, Are you really recovered? But when I came out, I saw you bullying others. I think you have quite a big problem, especially your liver. It's very vigorous. This is an illness. No. I don't dare to do that. I'm just playing with that big brother. Huang Xiaoyo ran back like a fast horse that was slapped in the butt. He hurriedly rescued his brother who was being controlled. He bowed and said, Hero, brother, big brother, I'm in the wrong just now. I've offended you. I'm very sorry to you. Please forgive me. I beg you. Please be merciful and spare me. Treat me as a fart and let me go. Please let me go. That person was baffled and stared blankly at him. What was he talking about? Who's this person? What's going on? Oh my God. Someone said that I bullied you. Alas, forget it. If you're really not angry, you can bully me now. Quickly bully me. Bully me with all your might. Huang Xiaoyo said enthusiastically, You can bully me in any way you like. You can do it in any way. If you can't think of anything, I'll help you. That person fainted instantly. Bully you? You're begging me to bully you? What's going on? Seeing that the other party still didn't speak, Huang Xiaoyo was really anxious. He begged, I'm already in this state. Why are you still trying to bully me? I'm really begging you. Quickly bully me. Why don't you scold me back? You can scold me back. As long as you don't hit my private part, you can hit anywhere. As long as you forgive me. That person shook his head and came back to his senses. Just now, when the subordinate of the other party attacked, he was captured alive. He didn't even have the chance to struggle or resist. How could he not know that he had met a tough opponent? How could he dare to be rash? If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the other party's grandfather, who taught that playboy a lesson, he might really be dead now. He was already very lucky that the other party was willing to settle the matter peacefully. How would he dare to find trouble with Huang Xiaoyo now? He said, Forget it. This matter originated from me. I'm also in the wrong. Huang Xiaoyo was overjoyed. He said gratefully, Hero, big brother, you're a good person. A very, very good person. He generously gave out a good person card and sent that person away. Then, he rushed to Chu Yang like a gust of wind. He bowed slightly, stretched his neck forward and lifted his chin. Grandfather. Hehehe. Look, it's all right now. I don't have any anger. Everyone saw that a moment ago. This person was arrogant, domineering, and lawless. But in the blink of an eye, he was like a tortoise. It didn't take much effort for him to switch sides. There wasn't even the slightest bit of psychological conflict. All the brothers gasped in amazement. He's really a talent. How can GMO be compared to him? This guy had obviously raised his shamelessness to a high and profound level that people could only look up to him in awe. Looking at the world today, there were really few people who could be compared to him. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's a weirdo in the universe. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Well, you've done well. Those who are broad-minded will be cured of all illnesses. Chu Yang nodded and praised. Really? Huang Xiaoyo jumped up and laughed. Hehehehe. GMO was dumbfounded for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but say, Hey, you bastard. You're really shameless. Do you still have any face? Huang Xiaoyo raised his head and said proudly, Face? What's face? My lifelong happiness is in my grandfather's hands. Do I still dare to be shameless in front of him? If my grandfather says this is my face, then it's my face. If my grandfather says this is my ass, then it's my ass. As he said to Chu Yang with an extremely flattering face, Grandfather, am I right? It doesn't matter if it's wrong. Anyway, I'll do whatever you say. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glared at him and scolded. Get lost? Hehe, if you ask me to get lost, then I'll get lost. I'll get lost right now without any hesitation. As he said, he curled up his body on the ground and muttered, If my grandfather asks me to get lost, then I'll get lost perfectly. Not only do I want to get lost, I want to get lost in a cool and beautiful way. I want to get lost in a lofty and majestic way. Chapter 1622. Forget it. I asked you to scram, and you really scram. Your left cheek must have been smeared on your right cheek. One side is shameless, and the other side is shameless. Stop right there, or else I'll always lose face with you. Chu Yang shook his head speechlessly and scolded jokingly. Heh, then I won't scram. I can't make you lose face. Huang Xiaoyo laughed. Awesome. This person is really awesome. Not only did GMO and the others want to burst out laughing, even a calm person like Emo Tianji and a cold face like Gu Duxing couldn't help but reveal a look of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Such a person was rarely seen even in the entire heaven. He was really unique and unrivaled in the world. He did not know how Chu Yang had dealt with a mortal back then, to actually be able to make this obviously tyrannical and arrogant fellow so obedient. He was really more obedient than a mouse when it saw a cat. No, a mouse would at most be terrified when it saw a cat, because the mouse would die. That guy had been trained by Chu Yang, and he would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said lightly, Are you going to enter the city? Are you here to participate in the law enforcement officers' Tianjin Grand Meeting? Yes, yes. You're wise. You're discerning. Old Duke Huang's head was like a chicken pecking rice. We're on the same path. Is it convenient for me to follow your team in? Chu Yang asked again. He still spoke casually. However, there was a lot of information in this. Since anyone could enter now, why would he follow the Huang clan's team in? He obviously didn't want to expose himself. But why? What was the meaning behind this? In such a sensitive martial world, everyone knew what such a sneaky act meant. If Chu Yang and the others went in, it would be fine if nothing happened. But if something happened, the Huang clan would definitely be implicated. Don't be fooled by Grand Duke Huang's arrogant, despotic, and insufferably arrogant behavior. It was as if the heavens were the boss and he was second in command. No, it was Chu Yang who was second in command and he was third in command. But to be honest, Grand Duke Huang didn't seem to be much of a character. Not to mention him, Even the entire Huang family was at best a second-rate aristocratic family. The truly powerful figures wouldn't even put them in their eyes. For example, law enforcers or aristocratic families could easily destroy them with a wave of their hand. Grand Duke Huang might not have such self-awareness, but the people around him had quite a lot of experience. Since these people wanted to go in like this, how could they not cause trouble? Although this was only a guess, the probability of this guess being true was quite high. Once this group of people started to cause trouble, it didn't matter whether they had the ability to cause trouble or whether they would be able to escape unscathed in the end. Even if all of them were to stay in the capital, the Huang family would definitely suffer. Thinking of this, the few experts of the Huang family all looked solemn. Some of them even winked at Huang Xiaoyou, hinting that he mustn't agree to this. But Huang Xiaoyou didn't seem to have thought of anything. He patted his chest and said heroically, "Okay, why not? If that person dares to say no, I'll castrate him and feed him to the dogs." As he said, he turned around and looked at the Huang family's expert who was winking at him. He said furiously, "What's wrong with you? Why are you winking? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Could it be that you've taken a fancy to me and are winking at me? I don't have that kind of hobby. Ugh, are you trying to disgust me to death?" That Huang family's expert was dumbfounded. He didn't understand the meaning of his young master's words at first, but after thinking carefully, he almost vomited. There was always a saying of fate between people. A person's fate was the most unpredictable. You didn't know when you met someone, but it could change your life's fate, or even the fate of your family, or even the fate of an entire race. Huang Xiaoyou was a genuine super profligate. Just because of a chance and a casual promise, he changed his clan's fate. Under Huang Xiaoyou's insistence, Chu Yang and the others successfully integrated into the Huang clan's troop and entered the capital in a grandiose manner. Along the way, the masters of the Huang family only heard their master whispering something in the ear of the mysterious biological master, which made them even more confused. "I heard that you're the legendary grandpa?" "Yes," Chu Yang nodded without leaving a trace. "Oh my, grandpa, my biological grandpa." Huang Xiaoyou's face flushed with excitement. "I really didn't expect to meet you here. You're my biological grandpa." The Huang family's experts at the side were even more confused. Grandpa Wan? Legendary grandpa? Biological grandpa? Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that there's an elder brother above the clan master? The clan master is actually the 10th brother? But as far as we know, the clan master is the eldest brother. How come there's an elder brother out of nowhere? This isn't just a normal mess. That grandpa speaks with a certain accent, but his voice is still quite tender. Could it be that he was born like this? Today, it's an eye-opener for me again. The capital was really bustling at this moment. On the streets, any random street seemed to be going to a market. People were coming and going in an endless stream. But the people who were going to the market this time were very different from ordinary people. Everyone was carrying swords and sabers. They were all experts. All kinds of auras collided with each other. Everyone's aura was surging. Under such an atmosphere, anyone would be extremely cautious. Most people were sighing. This Tianjin Grand Meeting is definitely the most dangerous experience I've ever had in my life. There's no other experience like this in the past, and I believe that there won't be any in the future. No matter when, there are experts in front of and behind me. There are experts who are stronger than me, weaker than me, and much stronger than me. There are so many of them. Often, when there's a wrong look in their eyes, two people who don't know each other would draw their swords and fight each other. The onlookers didn't feel any fuss at all. Instead, they all watched with great interest. When someone dies, a puddle of corpse-dissolving powder will turn into a puddle of yellow water. Then, a basin of water will be poured out from the shops on both sides of the road, washing away everything. At most, it would only be a wisp of yellow smoke rising into the sky. This was the last trace of that Jianghu expert, including those overlords who had run amok in the outside world. In this place, there were supreme martial artists everywhere, and martial saints were everywhere. Those below martial saints were worse than dogs. The law enforcement officers who were supposed to maintain order here were nowhere to be seen. No one knew where they were hiding. On the other hand, the Yi clan, as the landlord, didn't care about killing people on the street. It was these two sides in action that caused this situation to become more and more intense. As Chu Yang and the others walked in, they could hear screams and curses everywhere. Along the way, they had walked less than 3,000 feet into the downtown area, but they had already seen more than 10 fights. It was normal for people to die in every fight. It was rare to see no blood. What are you looking at? Are you looking for death? You're the one looking for death. What's wrong with you? Motherfucker, take my sword. Damn it, take my sword. Swish, bang, 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 ah, plop, sizzle, sizzle, hua. Swish, swish was the sound of swords slashing through the air. Bang, bang was the sound of collisions. Ah was the scream of a loser. Plop was the sound of a corpse falling to the ground. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. It was the corpse dissolving powder that was melting the corpse. Finally, a basin of water was splashed over, washing away the traces on the ground. This was a gradual process of familiarity, or rather, it was an inevitable, normal, and most ordinary process. Just like in life, there was life and there was death. It was just that in this place, life and death had been shortened to a few steps and sounds. This wasn't a very long journey. After walking a few steps, one could hear swish, bang, ah, plop, sizzle, hua, the capital city. Because of the summons, all the martial artists in the world came to the capital city with the most perfect and beautiful dreams. At this moment, the entire city was a natural arena where the strong preyed on the weak. Survival of the strong. Survival of the strong. These few words, the cruel law of the martial world, were most vividly displayed here. The crowd, especially the martial artists who had superhuman abilities, was like a group of ferocious beasts that were all locked in a huge cage. Many ferocious people took the opportunity to make a fortune by virtue of their high cultivation. They casually caught one of them and didn't care whether this guy had any enmity with them. Did they know each other? After killing him, they began to search him unhurriedly. If they found money and treasures, they would put them into their arms. Of course, if they found something good and the surrounding people were envious of it, then there would be a sudden chaotic battle without warning. In such a chaotic situation, of course, more people would die. But in this place, at this moment, it was already nothing. The lives of those martial artists were as cheap as cabbages that had encountered a super bumper harvest in the capital city at this moment. They might not even be worth as much as cabbages. Even if cabbages were cheap, they would still be worth some money. However, those martial artists who lost their lives seemed to be worthless. Tribulation and the others followed Huang Xiaoliu all the way here. Undoubtedly, they had to deal with a lot of things. He was already confident that he had a large number of martial artists following him. At this moment, with Chu Yang and the others joining in, this unruly guy became even more fearless. However, under Chu Yang's strict order, those really innocent people didn't dare to move. Only those martial artists who made a fortune by making a fortune in the chaos met with Huang Xiaoliu. Of course, this was a great opportunity for Huang Xiaoliu to make a fortune. Hey, I'm talking about you. Come over here. You killed someone in front of me just now. I'm timid and scared. Come over and compensate me. Fuck. Not coming over. Come on. Kill him. Let him kill people casually. Let's see if his descendants still dare to kill people casually. Chapter 1623. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Do you have any ulterior motives towards this young master? Quickly come over here and kneel down to apologize. What? Not coming over? How dare you scold me? Fuck. Kill him. How dare you scold me? Who do you think you are to scold me? Swish swish. Bang bang. Ah, plop. TSS TSS TSS. Splash. Hey, that old fart, are you having fun robbing people? As the saying goes, everyone has a share. Come. Give me half of it. What? Disobedient? Fuck. Kill him. If you don't give me half, then I'll take it all. If you don't want to give me money, then I'll give you my life. Whoosh, whoosh, bang. Ah, oh no, oh no, oh no. Great Lord, I can't take it anymore. Great Lord, please save me. He had hit a wall this time. There was no doubt that Du Kuang had brought quite a number of experts with him. There were even a few Supreme Being-level experts. Generally speaking, those who could make Du Kuang cry out so miserably were at least third-grade Supreme Beings and above. Every time this happened, GMO and Luo Kudi would make a move as if they were afraid that the world would not be in chaos. As for the others, they definitely wouldn't make a move. Even Mo Layer, who was the weakest, couldn't be bothered with them. They were all true experts at the peak of the higher levels. If they still had to make a move on these low-level cultivators, it would really be an unfair victory. In this situation, only GMO and Luo Kudi, these two fellows, had no awareness of being supreme martial artists. With their current strength, they could really kill the cultivator in front of them with just a puff of air. Therefore, bang, bang, ah, plop, TSS, TSS, TSS. Hua! Where are we going to stay? Hee. Don't worry, sir. Our family also has properties here. We even have an inn. I've already instructed the inn not to receive any guests during the Heavenly Tripod Convention. So, I've specially left some lives for us. Oh, so that's how it is. How thoughtful of you. You're too kind. I didn't praise you. Why are you being so modest? I'm just being narcissistic. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were walking in the dark. They were talking as they walked. Of course, the two of them were using sound transmission techniques. After all, it was very noisy. So, it wasn't convenient to talk in a normal way. Have you found anything? No. That's strange. It shouldn't be this chaotic. Even if the Dharma Supreme did something on the side of the law enforcement officers and allowed the martial artists to go against each other, the Yi clan shouldn't be doing nothing. Such a situation can only be said to be intentional indulgence. It's not only the law enforcers, but also the Yi family and the other big clans. Indulge? Yes. In fact, as long as you use your divine sense to probe, you will know that in places where people have died, after a period of time, the soul strength will suddenly disappear and be swept clean. You mean, the heavenly demon is actually in the city now? Or even continuing the action? That should be the case. But why haven't the people of the great clans done anything? Especially since the people of the Yi clan did not appear. As the local tyrant, they should have already been suspicious of this meeting, right? It's impossible for them to not notice any clues at all. But now, they're letting it go. Why is that? I think the Yi clan can't even take care of themselves now. They might as well not spend their energy on these small matters. Other things are rare in the heavenly layer, but martial artists are the least rare. It should be the same for the other big clans. That makes sense, but it's a bit of a generalization. If you want to talk about the whole situation, haha, the Yi clan and the other big clans should have already discovered the existence of the heavenly demon and the danger it poses. But the heavenly demon is still hiding in the dark. Without a target, they can't do anything. So, they can only wait for the heavenly demon to appear and gather everyone to attack, hoping to kill it in one blow. The chaos in the capital now may be the best way to deal with the heavenly demon. Yes, that's right. Just from the sudden appearance of so much corpse-dissolving powder, it shows that the Yi clan has long been prepared. They also have a backup plan for such a chaotic situation. Yes, this also shows that the big clans have now taken the heavenly demon as their #1 enemy. You, the master of the Calamity Sword, even if they haven't completely eliminated you from their sights, at least you're no longer their #1 enemy. Haha, the world is changing. I'm afraid they won't be able to deal with us in time. Tianji, this time, we might be able to cooperate with the big clans. I'm afraid it's not possible. Based on the current situation, cooperation is almost inevitable. But if we want to cooperate, we should be careful not to be used as cannon fodder. Whether we succeed or not, we must maintain secrecy and independence. If we fail, we must flee thousands of miles away. That's right. That's what I was thinking. Let's wait and see for now. Now that the chaos has arisen, we can't stop it even if we tire ourselves to death. After a difficult journey, they finally found the inn belonging to the Huang clan. At this moment, countless people of the martial world were gathered around the inn, shouting and cursing. Since you're doing business, why don't you let people stay? Isn't the old man's money money? You'd rather leave the room empty than let people stay. What's the meaning of this? We're living in an inn with real money. Why do you refuse? You've already booked it? The person who booked it hasn't arrived yet. What's wrong with us staying for a few days? Everyone, charge in. It's more important to have a room to stay. The situation was hanging by a thread. There were a lot of inns in the capital, but they definitely couldn't withstand the gathering of people from all over the world. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the inn was like a drop in the bucket when faced with the current crowd. Disperse. Under Duke Huang's command, the guards of the Huang clan immediately took action. Ah, it hurts. Who pushed me? Who is it? Such a powerful aura. In just a short while, everyone had already arrived at the entrance of the inn. Huang Xiaoyou stood on the carriage with his hat crooked and said proudly, "This inn was booked by me first. Now, I'm going to stay here. If anyone doesn't agree, come and drive me out. As long as you have the ability, don't blame yourself for being unlucky. If you don't have the ability and die here, then you can only blame yourself for being unlucky and not complain. As for regret, leave it to the later generations." Along with Duke Huang's extremely arrogant words, there was an uproar. Fuck. He's too awesome. He's too extravagant. Go. Everyone, kill him. Everyone, spit at him and drown him. However, as the crowd rushed up, a large number of people fell down instantly. After a short while, some people were already retreating. Because these people were like demons, especially the two youngsters at the front. They were even more demonic than demons. Their strength was so powerful that it was inhumane. They weren't humans at all. Chu Yang and the others naturally stayed in the best 11 rooms, which just happened to occupy the entire floor. Huang Xiaoyou originally wanted to stay in the 12th room on this floor, but he was kicked upstairs by Chu Yang. The reason was, "We have female members here. What's the matter with you, an outsider, staying here?" Duke Huang could only return to his room with tears in his eyes and hug his wife to sleep. "Duke, who are these people?" Along the way, the Huang clan's experts almost didn't have a chance to talk to Huang Xiaoyou. Now, they finally seized the opportunity to ask him the biggest question in their hearts. "Humph, they're all immortals." Huang Xiaoyou raised his head and said arrogantly, "Immortals, Che." A Huang clan's expert whispered, "What kind of people can make us treat them so courteously?" Huang Xiaoyou stared at them, but the next moment he sighed, all right, I'll tell you the truth. Otherwise, if you guys offend them, I won't even have a place to cry. I've used up all my treasures to gather these powerful people together. Ever since I had a son, my father doesn't care about me anymore. But I can't let him have no place to cry." Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. During this period of time, the clan master had really put all his energy on the two little grandsons. It's reasonable that he doesn't pay much attention to you. This guy actually has complaints. Besides, why should he pay attention to you? You're just a playboy who commits all kinds of evil. What's the use of that? Previously, your only use was to make babies. Now, even this isn't very useful. Do you still remember my illness? Huang Xiaoyou raised his eyebrows. Yes. Then, do you still remember who cured me? It's Elder Chu, Divine Dr. Chu. The Huang clan's experts all became serious. Later on, we heard that Elder Chu is the rumored Tribulation Swordmaster. Another saying is that he's the incarnation of the extraterrestrial demon. I don't know which one is true. Pooh, what extraterrestrial demon? I only have the identity of the Tribulation Swordmaster. Remember it clearly. Huang Xiaoyou looked up. The one who spoke is the one who cured me back then. That is, as for the 10 or so people around him, you can think about who they are. Oh my God. So, with a plop, a Huang clan's supreme martial artist was so shocked that he directly tilted his chair and fell to the ground awkwardly. But he only felt surprised and didn't feel any pain at all. Oh my God. Oh my God. Everyone sighed in shock, and their eyes shone with extreme excitement. Everyone had the same thought. Their hearts were beating violently. The Tribulation Swordmaster. The Tribulation Swordmaster and his brothers. Oh my God. We're actually on the same side as the Tribulation Swordmaster, and we're even living together now. We're basically on the same side, My lord, my dear lord. Everyone instantly understood the meaning of Huang Xiaoyou's question. I heard that you're the lord? They finally understood. The lord is actually such a lord. It's really worth it to recognize that person as the lord. Chapter 1624. The eyes of everyone in the Huang clan lit up and their hearts were filled with joy. Humans would always have a time to shine, even if it was a dandy like Huang Xiaoyou. At night, the capital was still extremely noisy. It was a mess everywhere, as if hundreds of billions of flies were buzzing together. Although the volume of the individual sounds was small, when put together, due to the shocking number, it could cause a qualitative change. It could be said to be earth-shattering, making some people with weak willpower almost want to commit suicide. There were more and more battles in the city, and the frequency of the battles also became more and more frequent. Relatively, there were also more and more murders. There were constantly corpses turning into powder and yellow smoke rising in spirals. And on this night, all the big clans and law enforcement officers actually took action at the same time, as if they had discussed it beforehand. It seemed to be too much of a coincidence. Was this the so-called no coincidence, no story? Yi clan. Suddenly, in the midst of the tranquility, a clamor of voices rose up from all sides. Then a scream rose up, and footsteps shuffled towards them. One after another, members of the Yi clan came forward, escorting prisoners and tying them up. There were injuries all over their bodies, obviously caused by the capture just now. The hall of the Yi clan was brightly lit. Countless experts of the Yi clan stood there silently. The whole room was silent. Yi Qianxin looked at the more than 300 people who were escorted out and just waved his hand. Kill them all. Why? Someone shouted in grief and indignation. I have been in the Yi clan for hundreds of years and have always followed the rules. For the Yi clan, I have worked hard even if I didn't make any contributions. Why are you arresting me? Why do you want to kill me? Give me a reason. The reason is very simple. Because all of you are law enforcement officers. Yi Qianxin explained and said apologetically, now, it has been confirmed that the Dharma Supreme is the successor of the heavenly demon and wants to torment the world. We are irreconcilable with him. This is the reason why I am worried about all of you staying here. Before he finished, hundreds of people had already started scolding in unison. Yi Qianxin, you are the heavenly demon. You are a scum of the world. You are a despicable person. Yi Qianxin, what are your intentions for slandering the Dharma Supreme like this? Yi Qianxin, you have wild ambitions. How dare you slander the Dharma Supreme? Yi Qianxin, I'll fight it out with you. Yi clan's thieves, the enforcers will never let you off. Your doomsday is not far away. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. The Dharma Supreme is a heavenly demon? Bullshit your mother. Your Yi clan is the real heavenly devil. Your entire family is. Yi Qianxin closed his eyes, sighed weakly, and waved his hand. Amidst the cursing, the steel saber shone brightly. Cleave down. Pillars of blood soared into the sky. The Yi clan's courtyard was filled with the smell of blood. Give them a grand funeral. Yi Qin's face darkened. They were all good men. What a pity. The experts of the Yi clan also sighed speechlessly. Just as Yi Qianxin had said, these people were indeed good men. However, it was a pity that the law enforcers were now on opposing sides. The more courageous a man was, the more dangerous he would be. Some of them had come here hundreds of years ago. Some of them were inserted here through their connections with the law enforcement officers, and some of them were obviously planted by the law enforcement officers. Of course, most of them were spies. There were even a few people whose identities were uncertain, but they were all eliminated at the same time. They would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. It was better to be safe than sorry. Before this, I had also tried to communicate with some people to see if they could be of use to me. However, none of them were willing to believe me. There was actually no exception. Yi Qianxin shook his head and smiled bitterly. These people are all courting death, and their minds are rigid. Ancestor, why take them to heart? Someone advised. It's a pity for these people who are loyal to the law enforcement officers. Yi Qianxin sighed. Since ancient times, The law enforcement officers have been the most powerful force in the heavens and the pillars of the righteous path. But now, everyone was rather speechless. The Dharma Supreme. The key was that the heavenly demon now was actually the Dharma Supreme. And the law enforcement officers had already been led by this Dharma Supreme for more than 10,000 years. How long was this? After the Dharma Supreme had brought benefits to the people and led the law enforcement officers for 10,000 years, you suddenly appeared and said that the Dharma Supreme was a heavenly demon? Who would believe you? Only a fool would believe you. Not to mention the law enforcement officers. Even if it were the people in the world, how many would believe you? If they had to choose to believe the law enforcement officers or the Yi Clan, the result was obvious. There was no need to choose at all. Other things aside, Yi Qianqian himself knew very well that even many people in the Yi Clan would be doubtful. There were even quite a few people who suspected that he had ulterior motives, because that was the Dharma Supreme. In the world, the symbol of justice was the least likely existence to be a heavenly demon. Let's put it this way. If at the same time, Yi Qianqian said that the Dharma Supreme was a heavenly demon, and the Dharma Supreme also said that Yi Qianqian was a heavenly demon, then these Yi Clan people would rather believe that Yi Qianqian was a heavenly demon than suspect the Dharma Supreme. Although they would still have to follow Yi Qianqian into battle eventually, this didn't stop them from believing in the first place. This was helplessness. It was also the prestige that the Dharma Supreme had built up over the past 10,000 years. No one could compare to him at all. Therefore, although Yi Qianqian felt that it was a pity to kill these people, he had no choice but to kill them now. Because these people who didn't know the truth would only obey the Dharma Supreme's orders. When it came to a real battle, the damage and casualties that these people could cause would be unimaginable. Because they had been in the Yi Clan for many years, and were all too familiar with everything in the Yi Clan. The world right now is a strange world where the universe has been turned upside down. Yi Qianqian looked up at the sky and sighed. The righteous side has to be as careful as if they're staging a rebellion, advancing slowly and unsteadily in the shadows. On the other hand, the ugly side is using open and above-board methods to carry out their inhumane deeds. Sigh. Tonight, countless people in the various great clans were sighing, feeling aggrieved and regretful. Countless rays of blood soared into the sky. The law enforcement officers. The law enforcement officers from various places were also carrying out a purge. Those people that the superclans had planted in the superclans were all dug out one by one, whether openly or secretly. There were even more people like this than those executed by the superclans. The law enforcement officers were equally merciless. The betrayal of the superclans was already a fact. What was the point of keeping these remnants of the heavenly demon alive? Therefore, the sabers and swords flashed, blood filled the sky. Just this one night alone, at least 10,000 people were killed. This night, the road was paved with blood and heads flew everywhere. Later generations would call this night the Night of Massacre. There were also people who called this night the Night of the Blood River. High in the sky, the night sky, a faint cloud of black aura, like the fog of the night, was floating rapidly. A series of soul energy that couldn't be seen by the naked eye rapidly gathered toward this cloud of black aura like rivers flowing into the sea. Occasionally, there were also sinister and low chuckles inside, cruel and satisfied. But no one knew if those were the murmurs of the devil or the eerie laughter of the devil. Both sides that were destined to oppose each other waved their merciless butcher's knives in the dark. This night was destined to be cruel and cruel. After a night, the ground was covered in blood. In the sky thousands of miles around the capital, the thick stench of blood didn't dissipate for a long time. Even though Chu Yang and the rest were already mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel disgusted when they ate breakfast. They didn't eat breakfast at all. If they ate, they might even vomit. That way, they wouldn't have to waste time. Since all the men were like this, Imo Qingwu and Imo Lei were even worse. Imo Qingwu's pretty face was pale and bloodless. Imo Lei was slightly better, but she had also lost her usual calm demeanor. There was no other reason. With the two women's current cultivation level and the strength of their divine senses, how could the changes in the city be hidden from them? It seemed like this was one of the few negative effects brought about by their cultivation level. How many people had he killed to create such a bleak and terrifying atmosphere? At this moment, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. It was a beautiful scene, but everywhere was filled with gloomy haze. Ugh, I can't eat anymore. I can't eat anymore. Huang Xiaoyu retched and came to Chu Yang. He shook his head and sighed. How many people died last night? It's so miserable. Not to mention experts like Chu Yang. Even people like young Master Huang also felt the strange changes in the surrounding environment. Chu Yang sighed and said, "It's definitely not a small number. I'm afraid there are no less than 20,000 people." He had experienced a lot of battles in the lower three heavens, so he had some experience in this aspect. Just by looking at the smell of blood, he could basically calculate the situation. This was originally Tai Longqing's experience as a general, but Chu Yang had secretly learned it. However, the 20,000 people here couldn't be compared to the 20,000 people in the lower three heavens. The 20,000 people who died here were enough to overturn any dynasty in the lower three heavens thousands of times. They were all experts. More than 20,000 people died in one day. Huang Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Oh my God, so many people. How can it be?" Emo Tianji's face darkened. The copper coins in his sleeves clattered for a long time before they stopped. He raised his head and said, "Elders Feng, and you still need at least 5 days to arrive. If they didn't set off in advance." Chu Yang nodded and said, 5 days. They need to travel at full speed. Last night, through the Huang clan's special communication device, they had informed the Chu clan in the southeast. At such a time, the Chu clan couldn't be content with staying in one corner. They had to devote themselves to the general trend of the martial world and do their best to turn the tide. According to the duo's judgment, even if Feng and you immediately set off at full speed after receiving the news, they would still need at least 5 days to reach here. In this battle, besides facing countless law enforcement officers and the extremely powerful Dharma Supreme, there was also an unknown number of heavenly demons who had already recovered. Chu Yang really didn't have the confidence to win. Although his brothers were already second-grade supreme martial artists, they still didn't have the confidence to win against the heavenly demons. I don't know if Elder Wu can make it in time. Emo Tianji's eyes flashed with a strange light. Chapter 1625. Chu Yang was silent for a moment. Then, he insipidly gave a conclusion and said in a heavy voice, "He will definitely come." Emo Tianji nodded. He wanted to say something but stopped. Chu Yang raised his head and said softly, "I think Lu-er will come too." Emo Tianji turned his head and looked outside. He sighed and said, "Today's aura is really terrifying." A trace of panic flashed through his eyes. Emo Tianji was extremely intelligent, but he couldn't understand the meaning behind Chu Yang's words at this moment. He only felt that his heart was in chaos at this moment. With Emo Tianji's current cultivation and the nature of the master of calculation and manipulation, how could he say such an unwise thing if he didn't really feel it? Today's aura was undoubtedly terrifying. If it were an ordinary person, it wouldn't be surprising if they were scared to death. But how could it shake Emo Tianji's mind? Only a special person would be able to make a wise man lose his mind like this. Chu Yang fixed his gaze on Emo Tianji for a moment. Then, he changed the topic, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Unfortunately, Elder Ning seems to be too happy to return to the lower three heavens. If we have his help in the battle, it may be a little easier. Emo Tianji quickly calmed down. He smiled and said, "This battle is destined to be ours." Chu Yang nodded. "Are you ready?" Emo Tianji nodded. "Then, let's begin." Chu Yang let out a long breath. Emo Tianji nodded and clapped his hands. Clap, clap. Gu Duxing and the rest quickly gathered around. Everyone's eyes were shining. "Are we going to start?" Emo Tianji smiled. The legend of tribulation has been around for a long time. When the tribulation is united, nothing can be done. Gu Duxing and the rest will each go one way. Dong Wushang and Imole will go one way. Go according to last night's plan. Everyone can do whatever they want. The only thing you need to pay attention to is your own safety. Your safety is the most important thing. You must return safely. Okay, got it. Understood. As for me and Big Brother, we will stay in the center and wait for your news. A cold light flashed through Emotionji's gentle eyes. His voice became more and more indifferent. Kill anyone who tries to stop us. Everyone's eyes were suddenly filled with killing intent. At this moment, the murderous intent of many peak powerhouses gathered together. It was truly domineering and dominating. Emotionji turned his head to look at Emo Qingwu. His voice became gentle as he said, "Little sister, you?" Emo Qingwu raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Second brother. Don't worry." His little sister had never danced in her life, but from this moment on, she would dance alongside him. The corner of Emotionji's mouth twitched as he said, "All right, let me remind you one last time. Be careful and don't force yourself." Chuyang didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Qian Qingwu deeply. Emo Qingwu's eyes were like water as she gazed at him. Xiang also didn't say a word. The two of them didn't say anything else, but the expression in their eyes said it all. In Jianghu, some things are destined to be unavoidable, and some things must be done. You must take care of yourself. I will. You too. Take care of yourself. A chuckle that was like the sound of a fairy rose in spirals, blowing away the melancholy in this place. Red clothes flashed, and in an instant, a red shadow suddenly swept out like lightning. In a flash, it was already 1,000 feet away. Within 1,000 feet of space, it was full of bright red shadows, graceful and graceful. It was like a fairy from the heavens had suddenly revealed her stunning and beautiful dance in this noisy world. The red shadow was still flashing in midair, but Emo Qingwu's graceful figure had already disappeared in the northeast direction. From now on, I don't want to be protected by your wings anymore. I want to use my strength to fight alongside you and reach the peak. I know that what you need is not a flower in a greenhouse or just a flower vase. You will definitely experience ice blades and frost in your life. You will brave ambushes from all sides and countless dangers will accompany you. Then I will go forward with indomitable will and step all the way. Even if there is a storm of blood, I will accompany you. One day, look at me, I will dance to the heavens for you. Emo Qingwu was the youngest in the group. In the past, she had never gone out alone to carry out any mission. Everyone took care of her, pitied her, loved her, and never let her get involved in dirty, messy, or dangerous matters. But this time, in this world of chaos, ambushes and crises from all sides, the first one to rush out and shoulder the responsibility was Emo Qingwu. I will help you shoulder all the difficulties and dangers. Good. Awesome. Gu Duxing let out a long roar and also rose. With a flash of incomparably bright sword light, mixed with that solitary arrogance, he rushed to the north like lightning. The two of us are going too. Dong Wushang stood up and laughed. When he spoke, even if it was completely unintentional, a heroic spirit and majestic aura spontaneously arose. Imole stood up gracefully. Both of them were dressed in black and stood side by side. The next moment, Dong Wushang's burly figure strode out. With every step he took, it seemed that the ground would tremble a little. He was just one person, but his aura was like thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers vowing to go to war together. Good spirit, good man. Wang Xiaoyou's eyes revealed extreme fanaticism and envy. Man's fate was unpredictable. On this day when the tribulation and tribulation joined forces for the first time, the person who was their witness was actually Huang Xiaoyou. If Imole was not included, Huang Xiaoyou was actually the only witness to the beginning of the tribulation's legend. Heaven made a fool of people, nature made a fool of people, and helplessness made a fool of people. An unparalleled mighty warrior like Dong Wushang made Huang Xiaoyou's eyes light up. He immediately understood. What is a man? This is a real man. A real man. A real hero. It seemed that his usual behavior was not even fit to carry his shoes in front of such a hero. Huang Xiaoyou, the super profligate who had been profligate for half of his life, never reflected on himself. But at this moment, he lowered his head and started to reflect for the first time. Then, he started to think about his future path. Ao Xian, you go to the east, I'll go to the west. Rue Batong let out a long roar, like the cry of a phoenix. His body shot out. In the air, he bent his legs, opened his arms and bounced his legs. Suddenly, he spread his wings and glided away like a huge bird. His posture was extremely beautiful. Ao Xian laughed. This guy is trying so hard to show the demeanor of a phoenix on a journey and the emperor of birds descending to the world. But he's acting like a crow flapping its wings. What a fucking shame. Forget it. I'll open everyone's eyes and show them what a dragon is like in the world. The brothers laughed. Ao Xian's bones made crackling sounds. With a loud and clear dragon roar, his body was really like an ancient tyrannosaurus, ferociously rushing out from the ground. Along the way, he was like a tornado that swept across the world, wreaking havoc and disappearing in the east. Xie Danxiong smiled and said, "According to what we said yesterday, I'll go to the south." His body floated out elegantly, with a natural elegance. Like a light cloud, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fuck. All of them are walking so coquettishly and casually. Fuck. They've used all the ways to be in the limelight. What about your second master, G? How do you expect me to leave? GMO muttered angrily. These bastards. None of them are good. I'll go to the southeast. Let's go. Let's go. Suddenly, he shouted towards the sky, "Dog boss. Dog ant. Fucking dog ant." With a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. A woo. Luo Kadi howled and disappeared without a second word. In the blink of an eye, a person disappeared in front of everyone. In the sky, thousands of wind and clouds suddenly gathered. The wind and clouds surged, and the wind was as fast as lightning. Just like the tide of the martial world, the wind and clouds came and went from the sky to the earth. The wind and clouds danced. Looking at his brothers leaving one by one, Chu Yang only had a smile on his face. Like Mo Tianji, both of their faces were glowing. There was also some pride, a pride that came from the bottom of their hearts. In the turbulent era, my brothers and I were just like this. We were not afraid of hardships. We stood up, laughed in the face of the wind, and looked down on the rain of blood. We crossed the martial world with our swords and ruled the world. At this moment, even Chu Yang and Mo Tianji felt their blood boiling, not to mention Huang Xiaoliu, who was watching from the side. There's just one thing. I still don't understand what Jimo's dog ant means. Isn't a dog's ant still a dog? Is he referring to a female dog? Mo Tianji smiled bitterly and shook his head, indicating that there would be a day when he had to ask someone for advice. I deeply feel that. Chu Yang said deeply. He himself might not understand what it means. Or maybe he thinks that it's more imposing to say it that way. Ha ha ha, it's a sensitive department. Both of them laughed at the same time. You. Huang Xiaoliu looked at them dumbfoundedly. Is the purpose of your movement this time to mess up the Tianding Grand Meeting? Mess up the Tianding Grand Meeting? No, it's not. Mo Tianji and Chu Yang looked at him strangely. Do you still think that there's a Tianding Grand Meeting now? There's no Tianding Grand Meeting. Since there's no Tianding Grand Meeting, what's there to mess up? No Tianding Grand Meeting? How come there's no Tianding Grand Meeting? Huang Xiaoliu was dumbfounded. If there's no Tianding Grand Meeting, what's there? A battlefield. There's only a battlefield. Chu Yang revealed a sharp and lofty look on his face, and he said slowly, and it's a super big battlefield that's never been seen before. The cruelty of this great battle would be unprecedented since ancient times. Even if there's no end to it, it will definitely be unprecedentedly tragic. Chapter 1626. But you and I are brothers. We have no regrets. A real man has no regrets. Chu Yang laughed heartily. He raised his eyebrows like a divine sword out of its sheath. From this moment on, I will test my sword against the world. Who dares to accept my challenge? That's right. We have no regrets. Victory or defeat is a hero. Mo Tianji waved his sleeves and stood up. He staggered back to his room and chuckled. We have no regrets. I have no regrets too. If I have no regrets in my life, what else can I ask for? Haha. Mo Tianji had already returned to his room. From this moment on, Brother Tribulation had taken the lead. The world would definitely follow suit. The legend of tribulation of the present era had officially kicked off at this very moment. Mo Tianji had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. From this moment on, everything was in his hands. He had to keep a high level of consciousness and strategize. He had to adjust the movements of any side at any time. Until this Tianding Grand Meeting, in name only, ended completely. Or, the battle of tribulation heavens had completely ended. Only then could Mo Tianji rest. To him, even the slightest bit of carelessness, even if it was just closing his eyes for a short moment of rest, was extremely precious and hard to obtain. Chu Yang chuckled. Suddenly, his heroic spirit erupted. He slammed the table and shouted, "Bring the wine!" Fortunately, there was still young Master Huang by his side. Otherwise, the King of Hell's heroism would be in vain. Because at this moment, besides Chu Yang, only Huang Xiaoyou was tactful. As for the other experts of the Huang clan, it seemed that they couldn't lower their status. When young Master Huang heard that Chu Yang wanted wine, he quickly brought over the wine that he had prepared. Chu Yang didn't even look at it. He slapped open the mud seal. However, right at this moment, a violent gust of wind suddenly whistled out, and in an instant, a few cracking sounds rang out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The plaques of many shops outside suddenly broke apart for no reason, and then they were blown away by the gust of wind and vanished without a trace. A series of screams and screams were also heard, but it came quickly. It came even faster. It only took a moment for it to stop. However, this pause was a little too fast. It was as if all the sounds outside had disappeared. The world suddenly fell into an unprecedented, deathly stillness. It was as quiet as a ghost. Huang Xiaoyou stood still in a panic and almost sat on the ground. That sudden gust of wind almost blew his heart out of his chest. His heart throbbed inexplicably. In an instant, they were filled with panic. If it weren't for the heroic spirit of witnessing tribulation's action before, it was not rare for him to pee in his pants. Anyway, Master Huang had withstood it. It was okay in the past, but today was the day of witnessing the beginning of the legend of tribulation. He couldn't be too cowardly. More popular novels, Baidu search. Chu Yang held the wine pot in one hand. With a wine cup in one hand, he didn't even flinch in the face of such an unforeseen event. He poured himself a cup and drank with a relaxed and carefree expression, as if he didn't feel anything at all. What happened? Huang Xiaoyou raised his head and asked with a frown. Something happened on the noisy street outside. The people outside suddenly disappeared for some reason. They still didn't know what had happened. It should be a top-notch expert who had made a move. The entire area has been cleared out. One of the Huang family's experts who had been standing guard outside walked in. He frowned, and his eyes were a little bewildered. He answered in a low voice. This person's strength was not bad. He was already a second-grade supreme martial artist. Even if he wasn't the strongest in the Huang family, he could be ranked in the top 10. But at this moment, with the sudden appearance of that strange gust of wind, the fear in his heart gradually deepened. In terms of certainty, he wasn't as confident as Master Huang. Besides the fact that the ignorant were fearless, Master Huang believed in Master Huang even more. With Master Huang around, what did he need to worry about? Unlike Master Huang's ignorance and fearlessness, that Huang family's expert's palms were already full of cold sweat at this moment, and he only felt a chill down his spine. If that gust of wind was made by someone, then what level was this person's cultivation at? It was probably just a matter of raising his hand to kill someone like him. Let's go out and see what happened. Before Huang Xiaoyou finished his sentence, his voice suddenly stopped. No, it should be frozen. Because at this moment, a gust of freezing aura suddenly came from the front. Wherever it passed, frost and snow would fall instantly, and the temperature of the air would suddenly drop by dozens of degrees. On the ground in front of the inn, a layer of white frost condensed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the sunlight, it reflected a gorgeous brilliance. Huang Xiaoyou stared dumbfounded at the miraculous changes in front of him. He shuddered. This. He couldn't even speak clearly. It was still midsummer now, and it was so hot that people couldn't wait to bare their shoulders. But once this aura came, it actually turned the hot summer into midwinter instantly. Such a change was really unimaginable. Be patient and calm. Chu Yang didn't raise his eyebrows. Chu Yang didn't even lift his eyelids. He said indifferently, "Don't forget that the one with you now is the Tribulation Sword Master." Once the cold aura came, Chu Yang already had a conclusion in his heart about who was coming. More popular novels, Baidu search. Given Chu Yang's current strength and cultivation, as long as it wasn't the Dharma Supreme, Heavenly Demon, Wu Jueqing, Ning Tianya, and the few others who were of note, as for the rest, he didn't have to worry about them at all. Chu Yang was even being very modest. Even if it was the few people in front of him, Chu Yang might not necessarily lose if they really fought. And even if he really couldn't win, he was still confident that he could escape. Moreover, ever since Chu Yang entered the martial world, he had been through hundreds of battles, and he had never really used all his trump cards. Chu Yang could be said to have endless confidence and certainty. But upon hearing Chu Yang's words, the few experts of the Huang clan turned their heads abruptly in shock. "Big brother, can you not be so scary? Although we vaguely guessed it, you still shouldn't say it out so directly. Don't you know what kind of impact this name gives to people? It's a shock that almost turns the sky upside down. Besides, although this name is indeed very impressive and awesome, this is the territory of the Yi clan. You're the target of the big clans. Of course, you may not be afraid, but we are. You don't care about the big clans and even want to destroy them, but we're afraid of being destroyed by the big clans." But Huang Xiaoyou nodded from the bottom of his heart. With a look of deep agreement, he actually sat down casually and said, "That's right. What's there to be afraid of? Don't be afraid. I'm here. What's there to be afraid of? What's there to be afraid of? Sir, give me a sip of wine. My legs are trembling a little. I'm really not afraid. It's really cold in this damn weather." His teeth chattered. He was already scared out of his wits, but he was still talking big. Swoosh. A series of sounds of clothes fluttering in the wind sounded in unison. Then, everyone felt a snow-white flash in front of them, cold and austere. A person suddenly appeared in front of them. White clothes, white robe, white scabbard, white iron sword hilt, white sword tassel, white headscarf, even his shoes and socks were white. Instantly, a gust of cold air filled with the desolate ice field rushed towards them. More popular novels, Baidu search. At the front, a white-bearded old man in white stood with his hands behind his back. His figure was tall and straight, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. He looked inside. Someone stepped forward. She had a slim figure and a beautiful face, but her gaze was extremely cold. Then, a cold voice was heard. "May I ask if Lord Chu Yang, the current master of Calamity Sword, Chu Junwei Yang, is here? Ling Hanxue of the Ling clan is here to visit." Ling Hanxue of the Ling clan. This time, Huang Xiaoyou's legs really went soft, and he almost sat down. He barely managed to support himself. Damn it, if there's nothing, then there's nothing. Once there's something, the direct descendant of the big clans will come directly. "Sir, you're really good at making trouble. You're really able to keep your composure. I'm Sir's friend. I can't embarrass him now. I must hold on. Isn't it just a big clan? There's nothing great about it." Chu Yang didn't get up. He still sat there boldly. He was still holding the wine pot and drinking by himself. He said lightly, "Miss Ling, long time no see. How are you?" Ling Hanxue's eyes revealed an extremely complicated and indescribable look. Back then, when Chu Yang first left the southeast, he had traveled with the Ling clan together with Zi Xueqing and Chu Luer. At that time, Chu Yang was still a complete nobody. But now, at this moment, in less than a year's time, he had changed into the world-renowned master of Calamity Sword. He and his brother Calamity had already created a new legend of Calamity Sword in the martial world. Now, the name of Calamity Sword Master Chu Yang was well known all over the world. He already had the powerful strength to control the martial world. Compared to the past, it was simply like a dream. It was unbelievable. Ling Hanxue sighed softly, and her eyes revealed a sorrowful look. At that time, second Uncle Ling Hanwu was still around. When she thought of second Uncle Ling Hanwu, Ling Hanxue felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. Second Uncle Ling Hanwu, who struggled and suffered all his life, was alone all his life. Chu Yang slowly raised his head. His gaze was also somewhat complicated. Now, he thought of Ling Hanwu, Yi Chuchen, and Meng Chaoran. Back then, Yi Chuchen and Meng Chaoran were injured, and Ling Hanwu died heroically in battle. Everything was still vivid in his mind. But this world was already different. The difference between heaven and earth was huge. Ling Hanwu's infatuation, Yi Chuchen's persistence, and Meng Chaoran's pain. He thought of his own teacher. Now, every night, he would drink wine with Ling Hanwu's memorial tablet. With a glass of wine, the lonely light was like a pea. In the waning of the night, they would get drunk together. Even in life and death, they were still brothers. Chapter 1627. When Ling Hanxue came in, she didn't say who wanted to see Chu Yang. This meant that she respected Chu Yang. I don't need to use my seniority to suppress you. Chu Yang was somewhat touched. Not for anything else, but for this respect. After all, Chu Yang's sudden increase in strength was still a top secret. Based on Chu Yang's strength that day, it was impossible for him to reach the peak of the world. It was already a rare and commendable attitude for the Ling clan to give him such respect at this moment. As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, the elder standing outside smiled gently. His voice was as cold as the northern cold wind. He said slowly, Ling Muyang from the Ling clan. Greetings to the current tribulation swordmaster. Huang Xiaoyou and all the other experts of the Huang clan felt as if they were struck by lightning. They felt dizzy and almost couldn't believe their ears. Ling Muyang from the Ling clan. He actually came in person? What did this name represent? It was enough to scare people out of their wits and shatter their souls. This name was one of the founders of a big clan. The name of the ancestor of the Ling clan. The previous generation's tribulation sword. Ling Muyang learned swordsmanship when he was 3 years old. He killed people when he was 5 years old. When he was 7 years old, he could already fight against a martial king with a sword. He hated evil all his life. He walked the martial world and killed people. Among the ancestors, the one with the heaviest killing intent was this Ling Muyang from the Ling clan. But in the entire martial world, the most respected person was also Ling Muyang from the Ling clan. Ling Muyang never killed the innocent. Eradicate all the injustices in the world, and kill all the people in the world who deserve to be killed. This sentence had always been Ling Muyang's motto. It was also his standard of conduct in the martial world. Chu Yang raised his head and stared at him. Outside, in the endless world of ice and snow, 2 sharp gazes shot straight in and met Chu Yang's gaze. 2 people, for gazes, met in midair and made contact with each other. 81W, 81 net, world-defying heavens. At this moment, even Ling Hanxue, who was standing at the side, could clearly feel the sword aura in the air. It was as if 4 peerless swords had collided with each other. Just by looking at each other, the faint sword aura scattered in all directions and actually cut the surrounding air into pieces. He actually used his gaze as a sword, and the sword light tore through space. His might was so uniform, and it was truly shocking and terrifying. One old and one young, 2 peerless experts of 2 generations. Before they even had a chance to exchange words, they were already pointing their swords at each other, fighting with all their might. Could it be that a great war was about to break out? Everyone suddenly felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain, suddenly assaulting their hearts. In a flash, the sword chi that filled the air collapsed with a sudden sound. Everyone felt as if a meteor was falling from the sky. Vanish. Chu Yang retracted his gaze. Then, he looked down and remained motionless. Ling Muyang also retracted his eyes at the same time. He slightly closed his eyes, and then opened them again. He looked deeply at Chu Yang, and said in a cautious and heavy voice, "Tribulation Sword Master, you're indeed worthy of your reputation. If my eyes aren't blurred, Swordmaster Chu is a sword supremacy, and he has already reached the ultimate grade. Such an achievement is not only shocking, but also inconceivable. There was a hint of horror in Ling Muyang's voice. Being a sword supremacy was nothing out of the ordinary, and it didn't matter if he was a low-grade supreme martial artist. The problem was Chu Yang's age. Ling Muyang had never seen such achievements at such a young age. He didn't even think about it. One must know that Ling Muyang was more than 10,000 years old this year, and he was only slightly older than Chu Yang, who was in his 20s. No one knew that Ling Muyang's words had caused a huge shock to Ling Hanxue. Sword supremacy? An ultimate grade at that? Ling Hanxue almost fell to the ground at this moment. She suddenly turned her head dizzily, and her beautiful eyes looked at Chu Yang in disbelief, as if she was looking at a prehistoric monster. Ling Hanxue had been with Chu Yang for a period of time, and she thought that she knew Chu Yang's strength very well. Although Chu Yang might have improved in the process of their separation, no matter how much he improved, so what? After all, it had only been less than a year. However, Ling Muyang said that Chu Yang had already reached the ultimate grade. Not only could Ling Hanxue not doubt this, she couldn't even doubt it. But what kind of promotion speed was this? Wasn't this too fast? When she saw this guy before the medicine banquet last year, he was an emperor grade and a monarch grade? Of course, with Chu Yang's age, it was already rare for him to have the strength of a monarch grade. However, in just a year's time, he actually skipped so many levels and directly rose to ultimate grade. And sword supremacy at that, a super tyrannical existence that could surpass all practitioners of the same level. This is a monster. Ling Hanxue thought incredulously, is this real or fake? Obviously, she shouldn't doubt the elder's judgment, but she still couldn't help but doubt it, because this was too unbelievable. She even hoped that Chu Yang would deny it. She would rather the elder make a mistake than believe that this young man had achieved something that others couldn't achieve in one or even several generations. But Chu Yang's following words completely destroyed her hope, and also made her completely dumbfounded. Elder Ling really has good eyesight, to be able to see through my current progress at a glance. This mere achievement is not worth mentioning. Chu Yang raised his head calmly and smiled slightly. Elder Ling has come from afar. Can you give me some face and let me have a drink? Just now, when he lowered his head and slightly closed his eyes with Ling Muyang, he actually took the opportunity to eliminate the damage to his eyes caused by Ling Muyang's invisible sword aura. Both of them were well aware of this. Their current strength was just about the same level. Maybe Ling Muyang was a little stronger, but definitely not by much. That was the reason why Ling Muyang said middle rank utmost exalted. That was because that was precisely his current realm. Okay. Ling Muyang strode forward without hesitation. Huang Xiaoyou and the Huang clan's experts all felt a sword full of murderous aura coming out of its sheath, carrying endless sharpness. It turned into a human figure and walked forward step by step. An indescribable illusion arose spontaneously. To them, the person in front of them was clearly a sword, a peerless divine sword with endless sharpness. Everyone subconsciously felt a burst of pain on their skin. It seemed that they had been cut by the sword aura. Ling Muyang walked to the door step by step. The two Huang clan's supreme martial artists on both sides of the door had long been intimidated by his aura, and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Then, they felt that it was not enough, so they took 2 more steps back. But they still felt that the sword aura was still coiling around their throat and other vital parts, so they simply took 3 steps back, and another 5 steps back. Bang! Their backs leaned against the wall at the same time. Or it would be more appropriate to say that they bumped into the wall. After taking 12 steps back, they were actually forced to the walls on both sides of the courtyard. This bump actually caused the walls to shake for a while, and they almost fell down. How could a mere wall block the retreat of a Supreme Being expert? There was no other reason other than the fact that the 2 Supreme Being experts had long focused all of their mental strength, martial power, and physical strength on that completely traceless yet clearly sensed sword energy. That collision only had the strength of an ordinary person. Although the momentum of the collision was swift, in the end, it was still unable to knock down the wall. The 2 of them were overwhelmed with shock. As the saying goes, The layman enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. Although the two of them couldn't understand Ling Muyang's realm, they still understood that the current situation was probably because Ling Muyang didn't deliberately target them. Otherwise, even if it was just a normal aura, as long as he exerted his full strength, second-grade supreme martial artists like them would definitely be crushed to death by his aura. If he deliberately wanted to kill someone, he didn't even need to make a move. He could easily kill them with a glance or a breath. Breath formed into a sword, gaze sharp. Although it was a legendary technique, the person in front of them definitely knew it. These two people, are they your people? Ling Muyang asked calmly. No. Chu Yang smiled. He understood what the other party meant. These two people were really too weak. Chu Yang looked at them playfully. He knew in his heart, Ling Muyang was showing off his strength? Or back down. Ling Muyang didn't turn around, but only lightly shouted. Several experts of the Huang clan only felt that their chests were violently shaken, and they almost spat out blood. They didn't dare to disobey, and retreated in panic. They instantly disappeared without a trace. This little Ru. Ling Muyang looked at Huang Xiaoyou and frowned. This little guy doesn't look good, and his cultivation is trash. At most, he's a little stronger than ordinary people. How can the Tribulation Sword Master have such a friend? Even if such a person recommends himself as a servant, it's shameful. He's really too inferior. I'm Huang Xiaoyou from the Huang clan in the southeast region. Yes, Senior Ling. Huang Xiaoyou didn't know why, but when he was looked at by the other party's very ordinary gaze, he suddenly felt as if he was already dead. A creepy feeling arose spontaneously, as if doomsday had arrived. He was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. Seeing Huang Xiaoyou in such a pathetic state, Ling Muyang glared at him and said, "What qualifications does such a trash have to listen here? Back down now." Chu Yang frowned, but he didn't stop him. He only said lightly, "Senior Ling, you're so impressive." Ling Muyang stood in front of him and said coldly, "Oh? Wherever I'm, there will never be an enemy of mine." Chu Yang said coldly, "I believe that you're the same. But now, relying on your own strength, do you think that you can bully others? Bullying a young man, I don't know if it would make Elder Ling feel better." Zhang Tai said, "Will it be very pleasurable?" Chu Yang suddenly raised his head. His gaze was like an arrow piercing through the air. Presumptuous. Outside, the other 7 people of the Ling clan shouted in unison. Everyone looked over with an unfriendly face. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to your ancestor like this? Do you really think that you're so great just because you're the Tribulation Sword Master?" Presumptuous. Chu Yang slowly shifted his gaze and drank back the tea. His gaze was cold and constant, like a vulture staring at its prey. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? Of course, the Tribulation Sword Master is great. Do you want to have a taste of it?" In an instant, the originally relatively calm atmosphere suddenly became hostile. Chapter 1628. Chu Yang sneered and looked at the few people from the Ling clan. The Tribulation Sword was ready to be drawn. Book updated with high quality. If these people dared to act rashly, Chu Yang would dare to kill them. Even if they were from the Ling clan, even if Ling Muyang was present. So what? These people came here today to discuss how to deal with the Dharma Supreme and the extraterrestrial demon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just the Ling clan who came, but the other big clans. However, Chu Yang didn't care about using such a method of coercion to form an alliance. He might as well not. I admit that I'm important to this world, but this world isn't important enough for me to give up my principles. Ling Muyang's eyes were cold and he said lightly, "Why? Does Swordmaster Chu want to fight? Can't I teach a playboy a lesson, with my status?" Chu Yang said coldly, "Besides being a playboy, he's also my companion. Bullying my companion in front of me, even an elder can't do it. Not to mention you, even the Dharma Supreme and the extraterrestrial demon have to give me an explanation if they want to fight." The 7 supreme martial artists of the Ling clan snorted angrily. Their aura was extremely fierce, and they were about to explode at any moment. Ling Hanchue's face was full of anxiety. She didn't expect Chu Yang to be so presumptuous and unscrupulous. Ling Muyang had said something before he came this time. Let's see what kind of person this tribulation sword master is. And he was indeed here in his own way. But this condescending way of doing things made Chu Yang feel disgusted, extremely disgusted. Huang Xiaoyou was extremely terrified. Finally, he said in a trembling voice, "Big brother Chu, I'm fine. Why don't I leave first?" Cough cough, you're all important people. Don't hurt your friendship because of a playboy like me. It's not worth it. Sit down. Chu Yang said domineeringly, when it's time for you to leave, I'll naturally invite you to leave. And I'll be polite. But when you're bullied, it's not a problem that can be solved by hiding. When will you get rid of your bad habit of bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Can't you be more unyielding? Why don't you show off your power when you bully people? What do people seek in the martial world? In the end, it was nothing more than a matter of face. You promised to be with me, so I naturally have to protect your face. No one can bully my companions in front of me. Chu Yang said in an unquestionable manner, before this matter is over, I'm not going to let you go. You can't go. Ling Hanchue said anxiously, Sword Master Chu, we're facing a great enemy now. Let's not fight over these things, shall we? Chu Yang curled his lips and said indifferently, a dispute based on personal feelings? Fighting spirit? Not to mention the fact that they were facing a great enemy. Even if they were going to lose their heads in the next moment, they still had to take a deep breath first. I just want to fight for it. Can I? Ling Muyang's eyes lit up as he said indifferently, today, if you insist on doing this, I'll give you a chance. In that case, a battle is unavoidable. Chu Yang sneered. Oh, is that so? Ling Muyang said solemnly, if you and I fight today, no matter who wins or loses, it will definitely trigger a great battle between Tribulation and the Ling clan. The final result will either be your defeat or my Ling clan's destruction, or both sides suffering great losses. No matter what the outcome is, it will cause the strength of humans to be damaged before the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. We will definitely lose the battle. All living things in the world will fall into the hands of the demons because of this battle. At that time, the demons will rule over all living things, and all living things will fall into oblivion. Sword Master Chu, are you still sure about your persistence? Chu Yang's lips revealed an extremely cold smile. Even if it's like what you said, so what? Ling Muyang couldn't help but feel a little stunned. He really didn't expect that this tribulation sword master would be so tough. Even when facing himself and the common people of the world, he still did not back down a single step. His attitude was very obvious. If you want to fight, then fight. A more straightforward way to put it would be, who's afraid of who? Now that he had met such a troublemaker, and this troublemaker had great power to influence the overall situation in the future, Ling Muyang couldn't help but feel a big headache even though he had cultivated for thousands of years. He originally came to test Chu Yang's temper, and Huang Xiaoyou was just a tool. But he didn't expect that because of this tool in his heart, it seemed that he was going to make a fool of himself. Tribulation Sword Master, what do you want? Ling Muyang asked solemnly. It's very simple, as long as you apologize to him. Chu Yang said coldly, if you make a mistake, you have to bear the consequences. There are some things that can't be discussed if you're not willing to compromise. At this moment, everyone doubted if they were hallucinating. Chu Yang actually asked the ancestor of the Ling clan to apologize to a playboy. Ling Muyang almost fainted from anger because of Chu Yang's request. He actually wants me to apologize to Huang Xiaoyou? Bastard, apologize to him? Who does he think he is? Does he deserve it? Does he deserve it? A Ling clan expert at the side couldn't restrain his anger, and finally couldn't help but scold Chu Yang. Chu Yang's complexion immediately sank. His body, which was originally sitting upright, suddenly moved, and a series of afterimages suddenly appeared. Ling Muyang frowned, but didn't make a move to stop it. Chapter 1629. Huang Xiaoyou was dumbfounded. My God, What did I just hear? Apologize to me? And who's the one who apologized to me? It's the old ancestor of the Ling clan. He's someone who stands at the peak of the world. He actually apologized to me personally. Huang Xiaoyou only felt that his nose was blocked. He actually choked with sobs and said, "It's okay. It's okay." "You're right." Ling Muyang nodded with a smile. There was no embarrassment on his face at this moment. He said softly, "I've never bullied anyone in my life. The main purpose of doing this today is to test the character of the Tribulation Swordmaster. However, I shouldn't have made use of others in the end. You don't have to take it to heart. The Swordmaster is right. You can kill people, but you can't look down on and insult people. This has always been a big taboo in the martial world. Many blood feuds that shouldn't have happened were all caused by this." The 7 supreme martial artists straightened their bodies and agreed at the same time. "I've apologized, but I still have to scold you. This is my advice as an old man." Ling Muyang frowned and looked at Huang Xiaoyou. "You're so young, but you don't think about making progress. You only know how to indulge in sensual pleasures. Look at your body. What has it become? Useless. You have good aptitude, but why don't you know how to work hard?" At this moment, the Tribulation Swordmaster is by your side and treats you as a friend. When he's here, he can protect you. But if he's not here, what will you do? He treats you as a friend, but how can his friend be like you? Think about it carefully. Ling Muyang scolded, "Get out now. Think carefully about what you should do in the future." Huang Xiaoyou took a deep breath and said respectfully, "Yes." Then he turned around and left respectfully. Ling Muyang's words were still full of impoliteness, but Chu Yang didn't get angry. Because this time, Ling Muyang was reprimanding, warning, and comforting the younger generation as an experienced senior. His words were full of goodwill. After this incident, Huang Xiaoyou would probably understand something. If so, Chu Yang would be very gratified and happy. Outside the door, Huang Xiaoyou clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were full of tears, and he had infinite determination. "I understand. Respect. I have to work hard to get it." Respect was, in fact, a scarce resource. Respect depended on one's strength. Just like what Ling Muyang had said, if Chu Yang wasn't here today, then what was he? Those people would feel disgusted just by looking at him, because he failed to live up to expectations. What a disappointment. No strength at all. He relied on his family to be a good-for-nothing. At most, they would only hit the commoners. But in the eyes of a true powerhouse, it was not even worth a fart. Moreover, he would have to bear a lifetime of infamy. Perhaps I'll have to choose my future path again. Huang Xiaoyou murmured, "Swordmaster Chu is such a strong person, and Dong Wushang is such a hero. But I can still be a capable and ambitious Huang Xiaoyou, Tribulation Sword Master's friend. You shouldn't be like me, at least not like the first half of my life." He turned around and walked out, his body trembling. However, his heart was burning like never before. He had never been so bright, high-spirited, and full of ambition as he was now. He would no longer have any complaints about what happened today. In fact, he would even rejoice. What happened today would be a lifelong regret. It was the biggest turning point of all. One day, I also want to be respected by others. Respect from the bottom of my heart. Tribulation Swordmaster, you're indeed outstanding. You can look down on the universe and dominate the firmament. Ling Muyang leisurely sat down opposite Chu Yang. Chu Yang picked up the wine pot and poured him a cup of wine. He smiled and said, "Elder, you're too polite. Elder's aura is fierce and powerful. I'm also amazed." "Haha, well said, please." Ling Muyang picked up the wine cup and toasted Chu Yang. Then, he drank it in one gulp. Chu Yang also drank it in one gulp at the same time. Then, both of them made a gesture of showing the bottom of their cups at the same time. They laughed in unison. Showing the bottom of a cup was the etiquette on the table. It showed respect to the other party. Both of them also had the intention to join forces. Now that they were showing respect to each other, the atmosphere between both parties was peaceful. The state of mutual hostility just now had long since disappeared without a trace. It was as if nothing unpleasant had ever happened. Such a rapid change made Ling Hanxue, who was the only one standing at the side, confused. As for the other 7 high-level supreme martial artists at the door, they were even more at a loss. Ling Muyang, the ancestor of the Ling family, was forced to apologize. His face had been wiped clean by the master of the Calamity Sword. At this moment, the people of the Ling family were still angry, but they didn't expect that the 2 people involved were already fine. They talked and laughed, and raised their cups to show their respect. What's going on? What's going on? Swordmaster, please forgive me. My actions just now were just to test you. Ling Muyang's sharp face showed a smile. He explained, since we've already found out who Swordmaster Chu is, no matter what method or other, we've already achieved our original goal. Since we've achieved our original goal, and I've indeed gone overboard, why can't I apologize? That's why I said that your tolerance is a little too narrow. It needs to be increased. Ling Muyang said slowly, tolerance is also included in the atmosphere of martial arts. It also involves the precision of one's state of mind and divine sense. It can't be insufficient. If it's insufficient, there'll be no hope for further improvement, and it'll be difficult for you to achieve great success. On the surface, the purpose of Ling Muyang's words was, of course, to explain to the few people in his clan. Moreover, it was also a warning. It was a warning that he had put almost everything on the surface. As for the other hidden meaning, it was an explanation to Chu Yang. The 7 people outside bowed at the same time. It was too rare to be able to receive personal guidance from the ancestor. The way Ling Muyang looked at Chu Yang was filled with unconcealed admiration. Ling Muyang was very satisfied with the result of the test just now. Chu Yang would rather break than bend, rather die than submit, and protect his friends at all costs. This also showed Chu Yang's persistence. Since Chu Yang was persistent, then everything could be discussed. There was a possibility of cooperation. Young Master Huang Xiaoyou had unknowingly become the opportunity for Tribulation Swordmaster to cooperate with the big clans. The mysteries of the world could be seen. Elderling, your concealment is really deep, Chu Yang said with a smile. Oh, I've always done things openly and with a clear conscience. I've never played tricks. What concealment is there? Master Ling retorted without any trace of politeness. There was even a hint of reprimand in his tone. Elderling, you've misunderstood. What I meant by concealment was actually your cultivation. Chu Yang didn't seem to mind Elderling's tone at all. He continued, everyone knows that the Yi clan and the Xiao clan are the strongest among the big clans. Yi Qianxian and Xiao Qinyu are either number 1 or number 1 in their respective clans. This has long been recognized. As for the Ling clan, it's at best one of the big clans in terms of strength. But who would have thought that Elderling's real strength is actually number 1 among the big clans? Or, is this related to the tolerance that Elderling mentioned? Ling Muyang's eyes flashed. He said, oh, Swordmaster Chu's words are a little arbitrary. As far as I know, although you've dealt with Xiao Qinyu, you've never met Yi Qianxian. How can you say that I'm superior to him? I'd like to ask you a question instead. How can you say that? Chu Yang smiled faintly. I have my own reasons to make such a judgment. Elderling has just pointed out my current cultivation and achievements. So, I will be presumptuous and guess your cultivation base. Okay. Ling Muyang smiled with interest. If I'm not wrong, Elderling is also a sword master. Chu Yang said, moreover, your current cultivation is already at the peak level. Although you've just entered the peak level, you've already stepped into the peak level after all. Take Xiao Qinyu, whom I met a few days ago, for example. There's already a gap between him and Elderling. I believe that Yi Qianxian is also at this level. Chapter 1630. Yes. Actually, I've mentioned it before, but Swordmaster Chu may not have paid attention to it. Ling Muyang took a deep breath and said, this old man has been roaming the pugilistic world. Although I have gone through tens of thousands of battles and killed countless people, no matter what it is, this old man has a clear conscience. It's just this state of mind. It's not that I want to boast, but in the whole heavens, very few people can compare to me. Even Ning Tianya, Buluqing and Feng Yu may not be as good as me in this aspect. Ling Muyang smiled and said in a deep voice, I see. Elder Ling is so magnanimous. Chu Yang let out a long breath and said seriously, I'm really grateful and impressed. You're welcome. Chu Yang said seriously. Ling Muyang's answer was also very serious, because he knew that Chu Yang had already understood something. Or rather, Chu Yang had comprehended something from his words. Elder Ling's purpose for coming here this time should be for the extraterrestrial demons, right? Chu Yang thought for a while and went straight to the point. This time, Ling Muyang came here to seek cooperation. But it was not good for either of them to say this. The one who spoke first would inevitably lose the upper hand in terms of momentum and would lose the initiative. Moreover, this topic was a little too heavy. No matter who brought it up first, it would feel inappropriate. Seeing Ling Muyang in a difficult position, Chu Yang decided to make it clear. Sooner or later, he would have to say it. Actions were better than passivity. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Ling Muyang's body suddenly froze. The breathing of Ling Han Shui and the 7 experts of the Ling family also suddenly became heavy. Extraterrestrial demons. Ling Muyang's face became unusually serious. He let out a long sigh. For a moment, even the air seemed to have stagnated. This world has changed. Ling Muyang sighed deeply after a long time. I can't differentiate what's right and what's wrong. Chu Yang said, Oh? Elder Ling's words are beyond my expectations. Please explain. Sigh, last night, I got up and walked along the north of the capital. On the way, I met 2 law enforcement experts. Ling Muyang said seriously, these 2 people were originally acquainted with me, and our relationship was quite good. They belonged to the law enforcement hall. Chu Yang didn't say anything, but in his heart, he was guessing. He probably went there specifically to look for it, right? Otherwise, how could he have met 2 law enforcement experts so coincidentally? Furthermore, they were old acquaintances who were on good terms with each other. After everyone chatted for a while, the 2 of them directly advised me to leave the big families and rule the world together with the law enforcers. They were willing to do it for me. Even the entire Ling family can vouch for it. Ling Muyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. I only said one thing, Dharma Supreme. Are you an extraterrestrial demon? At this point, Ling Muyang's tone became very strange, as if he was very sad and helpless. It was also very melancholic. Chu Yang took a deep breath and asked, What did they say? Ling Muyang paused and smiled bitterly. What do you mean? He might as well tell them how he did it. The 2 of them immediately flew into a rage and only said one sentence. Your great clans are the real heavenly demons. You brazenly made a move to try and keep me there. Speaking of which, the strength of those 2 people is still a distance away from mine. After a bitter battle, they have already used their full strength. You still can't do anything to me. I originally thought that they were just persuaded by the Dharma Supreme and weren't really accomplices. Just as he was about to leave, he didn't expect the 2 of them to suddenly change their tactics. Black chi rose from their bodies, and it was actually an extremely evil power. This old man can determine that it was heavenly demonic chi. Although that aura wasn't very strong, it was essentially the same as the day when the sky turned dark and the heavenly demon injury left on Surpassing. After Ling Muyang finished speaking, he took a few deep breaths. It was obvious how shocked he was. I think Elder Ling is very shocked. Originally, there were only the Dharma Supreme and heavenly demons, but now, even many ordinary people of the heavenly layer have been demonized? Chu Yang pondered and said in a low voice, Yes. Moreover, the speed and scope of demonization is quite fast. Ling Muyang was very worried. How many days has it been since the Dharma Supreme issued the summon order? The cultivation of those 2 people are only 2nd-grade supreme martial artists. If even they have been demonized, then how many law enforcement officers have been demonized? How was that battle? Chu Yang asked. I had no choice but to kill them. Ling Muyang's mood was obviously very gloomy. It didn't feel good to be forced to kill one's best friend. However, those 2 people had already become demons. They had to be killed. Chu Yang sighed deeply. Big clans, didn't you try to spread the news that the Dharma Supreme is a heavenly demon? Ling Muyang smiled bitterly. What do you think? Do you dare? Chu Yang said, are you afraid that once you spread the news, you will become the enemy of all law enforcement officers in the world? Of course. Ling Muyang said, the law enforcement officers have followed the Dharma Supreme for more than 10,000 years. Do they choose to believe the Dharma Supreme or us? Anyone can imagine the result of this choice. Chu Yang sneered. But if you don't say it, won't you still become the enemy of all law enforcement officers in the world? Ling Muyang was stunned. You said that the Dharma Supreme will take the opportunity to attack the big clans. You said that you colluded with the heavenly demon and have become his puppets or something. But if you don't say it, won't the Dharma Supreme use this reason to spread the news? Your lack of action, can it be understood that you have a guilty conscience and you have silently agreed to it? Chu Yang's words made Ling Muyang completely stunned. Yes, no matter whether they did it or not, or how they did it, the Dharma Supreme would do his best to push this matter. Had the big clans already taken the wrong first step in this matter? After being stunned for a while, old Master Ling said bitterly, we thought that becoming a heavenly demon is, after all, a difficult thing to talk about. The Dharma Supreme would at least hide something, right? As long as he doesn't make the situation worse, we can instead make use of this opportunity. After all, the implications of this matter are too great. What a ridiculous argument. Chu Yang was speechless. The Dharma Supreme is already the successor of the heavenly demon. Why would he be afraid of making the situation worse? Not to mention anything else, this is already the final battle. Since he has already chosen to become a demon, he is destined to be incompatible with the world. What else is there to worry about? Ling Muyang's face was grim. Then what should we do now? Chu Yang shook his head. Let's wait and see. My brothers have already gone to handle this matter. We must let everyone know that the Dharma Supreme is the heavenly demon. In this way, maybe some law enforcement officers will be more vigilant and not be bewitched by him to become a demon and become a force on our side. If we do as you all think and keep everything a secret, then the Dharma Supreme can easily turn all law enforcement officers into heavenly demons. In the end, it won't be limited to law enforcement officers, but all martial artists in the world, or even everyone in the world. Then we are really done for. Tribulation has already started to take action? That's good, that's good. A big drop of cold sweat dripped from Ling Muyang's forehead. He turned and looked around. Indeed, there were no more high-level supreme martial artists around. He was slightly relieved. Like all the heaven-level people, although the big clans had always been enemies with the Tribulation Swordmaster and couldn't wait to get rid of Tribulation's brothers, if they were on the same side as Tribulation for some reason, then they would have full confidence in Tribulation. Because Tribulation himself already symbolized invincibility, symbolized heaven's will, symbolized invincibility. Even if Tribulation was much younger than them, it was still the same. Don't be too optimistic, even if we make up for it now. But according to the information you said earlier, I reckon that the high-level power of the law enforcement officers should have been completely destroyed by now. How would the Dharma Supreme let go of this batch of powerful helpers? Chu Yang sighed deeply. After this battle, I'm afraid, there will be less than 1 out of 100 supreme martial artists left in the heaven. The vitality of the entire heaven level will definitely be completely depleted. You mean, this battle will be a huge collision between all the martial artists and law enforcement officers in the world? Ling Muyang said with a glimmer of hope, it's not to that extent. Although there are also scums among the law enforcement officers, and even quite a few of them, generally speaking, there are still more righteous people. Can people who have been demonized still talk about righteousness? Chu Yang snorted. Ling Muyang was silent for a long time. The expression on his face became sadder and sadder. He said sadly, it's just a pity for those heroes. Many of them have contributed their whole lives to the heaven level. They have been righteous and impartial all their lives, benefiting the world and protecting the common people. Could it be that their final ending is to be buried with shame, with the title of heavenly demon puppets and lackeys? That's too sad. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Then, he said in a deep voice, Elderling is right. In fact, My biggest concern now is also precisely this. We are not afraid of killing people, but if we kill these people, our hearts will really feel uncomfortable. Just like what Elderling said, if we feel guilty, how can we unleash our full strength? These people are, after all, in the traditional sense, good people. But if we don't kill them, they have now become demonic seeds. They will definitely turn the world upside down and cause endless harm. Even if we don't kill them, we will die in their hands. This matter is really a dilemma. Ling Muyang sighed sadly. He lowered his head and suddenly grabbed a wine cup. He drank it all in one gulp, then filled it up again, drank it up again, and filled it up again. On his lowered head, the silvery white hair seemed to have dimmed in an instant. It was as if he had aged a few hundred years at this moment. Bang! Ling Muyang slammed his palm on the table. With a crash, the entire table was completely smashed into pieces. Chapter 1631. Ling Muyang's beard stood up. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face as he said hoarsely, These law enforcement officers are all unyielding heroes. They have already sacrificed their entire lives for the sake of justice. Even if it's unavoidable for a warrior to die on the battlefield, and a general will die in battle sooner or later, he shouldn't have to bear a humiliating name and bury his lifelong reputation and pride in the demonic aura of the heavenly demon. Ling Muyang looked up to the sky and roared, Dharma Supreme! Dharma Supreme! You damned scum! How could you do it? How could you do such a heartless thing? Everyone lowered their heads in dejection. In the biting cold wind, only Ling Muyang's hoarse and extremely sorrowful voice could be heard, Dharma Supreme. Dongfang Badeo. Fuck you. Fuck your ancestors. Everyone's heart was shaken from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, listening to such an extremely rude curse, not only did they not feel any disdain, they even had the urge to cry. Ling Muyang had been upright and plain-spoken all his life. He had a clear conscience and rarely even reprimanded others. If he saw someone he didn't like, he would directly kill them. When had he ever scolded someone in such an obscene manner? Baidu search to see the latest chapter. Not to mention insulting the other party's mother in such a frenzied manner. But now, the Dharma Supreme's derangement made this heroic old man really couldn't help but curse. Elderling, you have scolded the wrong person this time. The Dharma Supreme is not that Dongfang Badeo. The ancestors of the Dongfang clan have suffered an undeserved calamity, Chu Yang said quietly. Ling Muyang suddenly turned his head. Swordmaster, what do you mean? The Dongfang Badeo of the past is long dead. Chu Yang took a deep breath. The one who is now living with the face and name of Dongfang Badeo is actually another person. Chu Yang laughed mockingly. Speaking of which, this person is a universally recognized hero from tens of thousands of years ago. Who? Ling Muyang shouted. A hero? Such a bastard. What kind of hero is he? Who is he? How can he bear the word hero? Diwu Chochong. Chu Yang revealed the mystery, and then let out a sneer that could be either mockery or pity. He said, he used to be one of the tribulations, and also used to overturn the world think tank. I don't know if this person is worthy of the word hero. Crack. The chair underling, Ling Muyang's legs. The energy's body, and its bodies is. Muyang zes, he's zzzz, ssss, his. He murmured. It's him? How is this? It, how is this? On the side. Ling's eyes of hers, s's, s/they thereof, and there, come, of God, of us the Dharma Supreme, Dongfang Badeo, was actually one of the tribulations, think tank Diwu Chochong. This was, of course, shocking. But what really made the Ling clan so shocked and in disbelief was something else. Since Diwu Chochong was still alive, then, the tribulations of the Ling clan, was it? Sure enough, Ling Muyang suddenly burst into tears. He asked in a trembling voice, if that's the case, If that's the case, then is my father. Also, at this moment, Ling Muyang had completely thrown the matter of the Dharma Supreme aside. The previous generations of tribulations all disappeared mysteriously. This was not a secret. Almost all the brothers of tribulations disappeared after the continent was unified. No one knew where they went. Many years had passed. Everyone also gave up. They thought that they were dead, except for Wu Jueqing, who was the only exception. In the past, it wasn't as if there hadn't been people from big clans who had approached Wu Jueqing and asked him about their tribulation ancestor. However, what they got in return was usually a massacre, an extremely bloody and furious massacre. Over time, no clan, force, or organization asked about this taboo topic anymore. But today, there was another tribulations who was still alive, Diwu Chochong. There might be one or two. There might be 3 or 4 for a moment. All of Ling Muyang's thoughts were gathered here. Since there are people of tribulations, they are still alive. Then, my father, Chu Yang said in a low voice, Elder Ling, your father, and the few tribulations of your big clans are very likely to still be alive, although they are no longer in this world. But there is indeed a very high chance that they are still alive. This is a fact that is set in stone. There is no need to doubt it. Ling Muyang only heard the words very likely to still be alive. Then, he felt a boom in his head and couldn't hear anything else. He didn't hear a single word that Chu Yang said after that. Only tears fell down his cheeks. Father, you're actually still alive. Ling Muyang felt sorrow from the bottom of his heart. It had been more than 10,000 years since he last saw his father. He had been strong and stubborn all this while, until he himself became a tribulations ancestor and a top expert in the world, a legend worshipped by the world. But at this moment, when he heard news of his father, he still couldn't help but feel agitated. At this moment, he was no longer a tribulations ancestor. He was just a child who longed for his father's love. That was all. The more Ling Muyang tried to control his emotions, the more tears fell. In the end, he didn't even try to control them. He let the emotions that had been suppressed for more than 10,000 years be released to his heart's content. With white hair and white beard, he cried loudly. Infected by his true feelings, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He could only turn his head and control his emotions. Who wouldn't be moved by such a display of true feelings after coming back from death's door? Ling Hanxue, who was at the side, was already in tears. Swordmaster Chu, my father. Where is he now? After a long time, Ling Muyang stopped crying and asked in a nasal voice. He is now in outer space, fighting with the extraterrestrial demons. This is also the reason why I said that he might still be alive. The previous tribulations were all like this. Chu Yang said deeply, but if your own strength isn't enough, I advise you not to look for him. Firstly, if your cultivation isn't enough, you can't reach there. Even if you can reach there with some special means, you can only be killed by the extraterrestrial demons. You can't even see his face. Isn't that an injustice? Fighting with the extraterrestrial demons in outer space? Ling Muyang murmured. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, he shouted, Kill all the extraterrestrial demons. Father is mighty. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Chu Yang. I believe that Sword Master won't lie to me about this. In this case, in this battle of the heavens, we can't win. We must win and must not lose. Chu Yang nodded calmly. Yes, we must win and must not lose. If that's the case, how should we cooperate? Please tell me, Sword Master. Ling Muyang said coldly. Chu Yang sighed and said, Now that things have come to this, we can only do this, Chu Yang said. Ling Muyang nodded. The two spoke very softly. Ling Hanxue and the others didn't dare to eavesdrop because of their identities. They only saw one talking and the other nodding. The two cooperated seamlessly. As for whether there are clans that are disloyal, Ling Muyang stammered. It wasn't that he thought too much, but that there were definitely such situations. There must be. There was no doubt. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. A gloomy, murderous aura suddenly rose. Ling Hanxue, who was standing at the side, shuddered. When this tribulation sword master released his murderous intent, it was even stronger than that of those old killers. After a long, long time, both sides had settled their matters. Ling Muyang proposed to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and said, "Then, about my father and the others, can I?" Chu Yang said, "You can tell them. Before the big battle, we also need to raise our morale." Ling Muyang nodded happily. Then, he said hesitantly, since the Dharma Supreme was once the brains of the Tribulation Sword Master, Diwu Chochang, then, the current Diwu clan, Chu Yang said seriously, according to my understanding of Diwu Qingru shouldn't do something that goes against his conscience and embarrasses him for 10,000 years. However, we still have to be careful. There's no harm in being careful. Ling Muyang nodded. In this case, I'll take my leave. I'll go back immediately and tell everyone this good news. Chu Yang said, "Okay." Both sides cupped their hands and bade farewell. When Ling Muyang was 100 feet away, he suddenly stopped and turned around. He said in a low voice, "Sword Master Chu, thank you for today's matter." Ling Muyang had already left, but Chu Yang's heart was heavy and didn't feel relieved. He was thinking about those law enforcement officers who were righteous and selfless all their lives and sacrificed everything for the heavens. Now, those people were all plotted against by the Dharma Supreme and became heavenly demons. What should he do about these people? Kill them? He couldn't bear to. If he didn't kill them, there would be endless trouble. Chu Yang's heart was in a mess, and he couldn't make a decision. In a daze, Chu Yang suddenly thought of the medicine valley at the medicine banquet. He couldn't help but sigh. He murmured, "I worked hard all my life and practiced medicine to be the god of medicine. I'd rather die in the valley in exchange for the spring of the heavens." Mending the heavens several times was difficult. My merits are unheard of. I can't rest in peace today. Who will pity the world from now on? If good people have bad luck, who will dare to be a good person from now on? Chu Yang raised his head and looked at the void in front of him. He murmured repeatedly, "If good people don't have good karma, who will dare to be a good person from now on?" These law enforcement officers have been famous all their lives, but they became heavenly demons. I have to kill them. Is it really true that good people don't have good karma? Must I really kill them? Is there any other way? Chu Yang frowned and thought hard. He frowned for a long time. They had become heavenly demons and had been demonized. What other way was there to remove them? In the tribulation space, the sword spirit sighed. There's no other way. Chu Yang was silent. Chapter 1632. There was a hubbub of voices, as if it was about to explode. There were still too many people pouring in, and there were still countless people being killed at any moment. There were still countless corpses dissolving powder being thrown out. The surrounding 8 directions had almost become a boiling sea, getting more and more intense, squeezing in from the central core. That was the chaotic crowd caused by GMO, Gu Duxing and the others spreading the rumor that the Dharma Supreme was a heavenly demon. It was one thing whether one believed it or not, and one had to believe it. This thing couldn't be forced, but as long as the rumor was spread out at a certain time, everyone would realize this might be true. This might be true. This might be true. This might be true. There were constant sounds of fighting, and it was the Tribulation Brothers fighting openly with the law enforcement officers. How much does the capital occupy? Chu Yang asked quietly. It's not that big, but the total living space of tens of millions of people, at most 3 or 4 times more, and it would be full. Chu Yang asked and answered his own question. But the number of outsiders now has far exceeded this number, so there should be a similar scene in the surroundings. Then, if we count all the people attracted by the Tianding Grand Meeting this time, it should be close to 100 million. Inferring from this, almost all the experts in the entire heavenly layer have already gathered here. The martial artists who didn't come, less than 1 in 100, or perhaps less than 1 in 1,000. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said to himself, could it be that it's really heaven's will, or that the higher-ups want to use this opportunity to reshuffle the heavenly layer? Thinking of this, Chu Yang suddenly shuddered. He thought of one thing. In other planes, martial artists at the level of supreme martial artist could already ascend and enter the heavenly layer. But in this heavenly layer, they needed to at least reach the peak of the supreme martial artist level, and only by chance and coincidence could they go further. Exceptions? Why were there exceptions? Would the exceptions be quelled? Chu Yang shook his head. Chu Yang forbade himself from thinking further. Thinking about this now was not beneficial to the big picture. Let's talk about it later. In the room, Mo Tianji sat cross-legged, and the copper coin floated in the void in front of him. It spun slowly and spontaneously. It emitted a dazzling light. As it spun, mysterious runes appeared in the void one after another before disappearing abruptly. There was a small bottle in front of Mo Tianji. Inside each of the small bottles, there was a drop of blood on each of them, bright red and dazzling. It was unknown what method was used, but it didn't congeal at all. Mo Tianji naturally sensed Ling Muyang's arrival earlier. He believed that Chu Yang would be able to handle it. So, he didn't plan to show himself. It was also because he was doing something more important. The book of Mastering the Divine Arts of the World contained an exceptionally strange mental cultivation method. It was activated by the cultivator to extract a drop of blood essence from others. Then, with the blood of the cultivator's heart as a guide, within a certain period of time, they would be able to connect with each other. Mo Tianji was still worried about the safety of his brothers. So, he did not hesitate to consume a lot of his cultivation to use this strange technique in order to ensure the safety of his brothers. The copper coin in front of him spun. Although the spinning speed was very slow, it gradually pulled out afterimages. As more and more illusory figures appeared, the scene became more and more realistic. It was a hazy scene. Gradually, the land of golden light revealed a trace of blood color. Gradually, the clear and weak sound of a heartbeat could be heard from the illusory figure. Thump, thump, thump. Mo Tianji groaned and put a heavy pill into his mouth. Then, he held the saber in his left hand and cut open his chest. In the wound, a heart was beating powerfully. Cold sweat trickled down Mo Tianji's face. However, his hand was extremely stable, and there was no trace of hesitation. With a light wave of the saber, the skin of his heart was pierced. A drop of blood instantly appeared. With a flick of the saber, the drop of blood flew out of his chest. At the same time, Mo Tianji raised his head and the heavy pill in his mouth entered his throat. There was no time to hesitate. His heart was damaged and his life was in danger. If Mo Tianji didn't have the complete version of the heavy pill in his hand, he might not have dared to try such a risky method. With a wave of his right hand, the small vial in front of him shattered. The drop of blood inside flew into the air with a whoosh. It surrounded the drop of blood in Mo Tianji's heart and formed the shape of a heart. The golden light shone brightly and dazzlingly. Mo Tianji spat out another mouthful of blood. Done. The 10 copper coins froze in the air at the same time. An illusory heart was formed at the same time. Then, a total of 10 drops of blood slowly merged into the void. The copper coins fell back into Mo Tianji's hand one by one. Mo Tianji's face revealed a trace of a smile. The wound in his chest was already slowly healing. With a whoosh, the void regained its endless clarity. But at the same time, Chu Yang, who was sitting downstairs, and Mo Qingwu, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others who were busy fighting in all directions felt a strange feeling at the same time. At the same time, Mo Tianji's voice sounded in their hearts simultaneously. Everyone, don't be surprised. From now on, within 60 hours, if you want to talk to your brothers, just say it in your heart. Everyone will definitely hear it. If you encounter danger, don't try to be brave. Ask for help from your brothers who are closer at any time. Understand? Don't take risks. Protect yourself first. Chu Yang couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this message. In the end, Mo Tianji still used this forbidden technique. To Mo Tianji, such a method would cause great harm to himself. He had discussed it with Chu Yang before, but Chu Yang had sternly rejected it. He had even used vehement words to forbid Mo Tianji from using such a method. Yet, Mo Tianji had actually done it silently. This made Chu Yang have an impulse to hold Mo Tianji down and give him a good beating. This guy really doesn't cherish himself, but at the same time, he also felt deeply moved. Mo Tianji was really willing to do anything for his brothers. At this moment, Chu Yang stopped. Someone said in his heart, "Really?" It was Mo Qingwu's voice. Another person said, "So it's true. I really heard Qingwu speak." The one who spoke was Xie Danqiu. Then, a glib-tongued voice called out, "It's actually true? There's such a thing? Let me try to." Second brother Gu, second brother Gu, second brother Gu, waha. Gu Duxing, who was fighting in the north, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "GMO, let me tell you, you're dead for sure. Wait for me." The others all had smiles on their faces. They were all overjoyed. This made their opponents very puzzled. In such an intense battle, how could they be so happy from the bottom of their hearts? Are these people crazy? Could it be that I'm actually fighting with someone crazy? At this moment, in the entire capital, there were 8 people. Someone released the same news. The Dharma Supreme. He's the extraterrestrial demon. Everyone, please be careful. The Dharma Supreme is actually the extraterrestrial demon. The extraterrestrial demon's goal is to enslave the entire heavenly continent and turn it into their base camp. Therefore, the extraterrestrial demon's primary target for demonization has fallen on the Dharma Supreme, who was once the #1 person in the continent. It's a collective demonization from top to bottom. If everyone doesn't resist, then the extraterrestrial demon will use an inhumane method to completely change you. Even you will become a vassal of the demon race. Moreover, you won't be able to reincarnate. Now is the time when the heavenly continent's survival is at stake. If everyone doesn't want to become a demon, then fight with the Dharma Supreme. Fight to the death with the extraterrestrial demon, who bewitches all living beings. The extraterrestrial demon feeds on humans and is extremely evil. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. God knows how many people he has eaten all these years. Fellow law enforcement officers, the Dharma Supreme is really the extraterrestrial demon. We are all people of the heavenly continent. We should join hands and fight against the extraterrestrial demon. I hope that all of you can quickly turn over a new leaf and not be bewitched by the Dharma Supreme, this extraterrestrial demon puppet. All kinds of comments were endless and could be said to be in full swing. There were all kinds of theories. Those who didn't know the truth were all perplexed. Is it true? Is it true? If it's true, then it's too scary. This news is really. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. These people really dare to say it. Whether it's true or not, we have to be more careful. What if it's true? Could the Dharma Supreme really be the extraterrestrial demon? It can't be. As for the other group of people, they were filled with righteous indignation. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon? Go and eat shit. You're the extraterrestrial demon. Your whole family are extraterrestrial demons. Who dares to slander the Dharma Supreme? You're courting death. Kill these **stards who are spreading lies to mislead people. They are the real extraterrestrial demon puppets who can bewitch people. The extraterrestrial demon is stirring up internal strife. Kill them. Go. Don't let them continue to slander the Dharma Supreme. Is the Dharma Supreme's reputation something they can ruin? So they all attacked. There were also law enforcement officers who were mixed in the crowd. After hearing such comments, they attacked Gu Duxing and the others without hesitation. Anyone who spoke ill of the Dharma Supreme was an enemy. This concept had long been deeply ingrained in their hearts and minds. Gu Duxing and the others followed Mo Tianji's and Chu Yang's arrangements. They weren't afraid of making a big deal out of things. Instead, the bigger the situation, the better. They accepted the challenge without hesitation. With their current combat power, in the current environment, they were absolutely invincible. Even if the other party outnumbered them by tens or hundreds of times, it was of no use. They were just looking for a one-sided beating. For a moment, the 8 sides were locked in a fierce battle. Gradually, More voices could be heard. This is tribulation. An excited voice sounded. It's the Tribulation Sword Master's brother Tribulation. This voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. Chapter 4 today, Chapter 13. I took leave last month and owed 7 chapters. I'll make up for it in double. 14 chapters. It's finally coming to an end. Chapter 1633. This is the Tribulation brother of the Tribulation Sword Master. They also said that the Dharma Supreme is an extraterrestrial demon? Then, maybe it's not slander. What kind of person is the Tribulation Sword Master? How can he simply frame others? That's true. Some time ago, the Dharma Supreme also said that Chu Yang is an extraterrestrial demon and even personally gave the order. Now we know that Chu Yang is the Tribulation Sword Master. Now the situation is reversed. The Tribulation Sword Master said that the Dharma Supreme is an extraterrestrial demon. Indeed, how can the Tribulation Sword Master be an extraterrestrial demon? Since the Dharma Supreme is lying, then the situation is obvious. Why did he lie? Because he's guilty. Why is he guilty? He's an extraterrestrial demon. How can he not be guilty? He can only bite back. The new public opinion was almost one-sided in favor of Chu Yang's side. This was, of course, the people of the big clans who reacted after the chaos and began to cooperate with Gu Duxing and the rest. Baidu searched to see the latest chapter. Once such a statement came out, and the argument was one-sided, it instantly turned the whole world upside down. It was already about to turn the world upside down, but now it really did. Tribulation had always been a legendary existence. In today's world, who had seen it with their own eyes? Now, it really appeared in front of them. This kind of shock was simply unparalleled. Wow. Wow. Tribulation. Oh my God. My God. This is the legendary Tribulation. No wonder he has such powerful skills at such a young age. This matter is really confusing. So handsome. So this is the legend of Tribulation. So handsome. Boo-hoo. I must marry him. This was a love-struck girl. TSK. With this face of yours? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? You can only find someone like me. Get lost. Go to hell. How can Tribulation lie? Even Tribulation said that the Dharma Supreme is an extraterrestrial demon. There must be a reason. Yes. Everyone, be careful. Imo Ching Wu's red clothes fluttered in the northeast direction. Her dreaming of a gentle dance, saber flickered with a dreamlike luster. Her figure looked like a dancing fairy, but it brought out a dreamlike murderous intention. In front of and behind her, it was full of blood. On Imo Ching Wu's face, there was a strong sense of reluctance, but he didn't show any mercy. Lass, when facing an enemy, if you can kill them, then kill them as soon as possible. At the very least, he had to immobilize him. Don't hesitate. These were the words of second brother Imo Tianji. Don't forget that you're not alone. Ching Wu, I only have one thing to say to you. The only enemy that poses no threat is a dead man. He had to protect himself well. If you get hurt again, then I can only follow you. These were Chu Yang's words. I will never let Chu Yang bear this burden for the rest of my life. This was Imo Ching Wu's warning to herself. I want to be his helper. I don't want to be his burden. Never. In the north, Gu Duxing and his sword were unstoppable. The Lone Ranger was dressed in black and had a cold expression on his face. The black dragon sword danced in the air. The blood-red light under the sword was like brilliant peonies. Just as they were about to bloom, they suddenly encountered a warm spring breeze and bloomed one after another. A few killers who had charged forward madly could only see figures flying forward. Then, at an even faster speed, their heads flew off from their necks. One by one, the corpses fell to the ground like wooden stakes. Gu Duxing attacked. He attacked. Fast, accurate, steady, and ruthless. Sure hit. Sure death. There wasn't any nonsense at all. Gu Duxing gave a sword strike to anyone who didn't accept the previous remarks and pointed their swords at him. There was no turning back from this sword strike, and he set off for the Yellow Springs. It was only when he had just arrived here that he chose to say some words of advice when there were many people around. Since then, Second Old Master Gu had never opened his mouth again. He started to face challenges with a straight face, just like a cold-faced killer. No, he was actually a cold-faced killer, and a super one at that, because this guy seemed to be even more agile than the most professional killer. Every strike of his did not miss. Even when someone shouted out Tribulation's identity later on, Gu Duxing's expression did not change at all. His gaze did not change at all. Anyone who dared to charge forward was killed mercilessly. There were no exceptions. He was like a piece of ice from hell, cold and merciless. Wherever he went, he would bring about a massacre. At this location, at this time, whether it was the law enforcement officers or the big clans, both sides were accumulating their own strength. They would not send super experts here to join in the fun. Therefore, Gu Duxing was like a dragon returning to the sea or a tiger returning to the deep mountains. He moved back and forth in the crowd without feeling threatened at all. Speaking of which, there were not many people in the world who could be a match for the sword supremacy, who was already a supreme martial artist. How could someone with such skills appear in this kind of situation? This cold-faced killer's appearance, and Gu Duxing's handsome appearance, immediately made the hearts of many young women in the martial world ripple. Of course, Gu Duxing himself would not feel anything. It seemed to be the same for the young women. So cool, so handsome. If I can marry him, I will not only have to spend a night with him. This was a young woman in love. He looks very strong. I don't know. Is Tribulation so strong? He's so charming. This was the thought of some young women. If Gu Duxing heard these words, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood and then ruthlessly destroy these few women. In the northwest, Dong Wushang held his dark saber and walked forward in big strides. Behind him, no one was standing. And this was also the path that the law enforcement officers had to pass through. There were especially many law enforcement officers and law enforcement officers gathered here who were extremely loyal. After Dong Wushang spread the news, he naturally received the most attacks and was the most intense. In fact, it was very inappropriate to say that Dong Wushang spread the news because at the beginning, Dong Wushang did not even open his mouth. It was indeed convenient to bring a wife along. Mo very consciously did all these things. Did you still dare to expect Dong Wushang to explain to the crowd? As for when someone started to attack Mo, Dong Wushang straightened his neck and took out his dark saber from the space ring, dragging the saber. Swaggering in front of his wife like this, he was the perfect example of one man guarding the pass against 10,000 people. It was not surprising that Dong Wushang had a space ring. When Chu Yang came out from the City of Elves, the first thing he did was to give each of his brothers a space ring. Even Imole was given one. The main material of these space rings was naturally the hundreds of thousands of years old starwood. Compared to an ordinary spatial tool, it was much stronger. It was completely incomparable. Everyone liked it very much. Dong Wushang did not hide anything at all at this moment. Instantly, he drew his saber and showed it in a dignified manner, causing an even bigger commotion. The eyes of some people who originally did not want to make a move were now red. That guy actually has a space treasure in his hands. How is that possible? That thing is mine. Only I am worthy of such a treasure. Snatch it. Bring it to me. Instantly, most of the people who were originally watching by the side also rushed over. All of them were filled with righteous indignation, as if Dong Wushang had done something unpardonable. Little, you actually dare to insult the Dharma Supreme. Go and die. You even dare to slander the Dharma Supreme. Kill him. Kill this guy who slandered the Dharma Supreme. A group of people rushed up, fearing that the magical space treasure would be taken away by others. They actually reached Dong Wushang faster than those law enforcement officers who were bent on avenging the Dharma Supreme. Dong Wushang's eyes flashed, and he took a step forward. Instantly, it was as if a cloud-like mountain suddenly moved forward. A majestic and vigorous aura was suddenly released. Just this move alone made the people in front of him almost unable to breathe. Dong Wushang raised his saber. He shouted, "Come at me." This shout was like a sudden clap of thunder that could shake thousands of mountains and valleys in a quiet and clear sky. Even the 7th-grade supreme martial artist Emole behind him covered her ears. It was really too shocking. One of the guys saw that the treasure eye had opened and used all his strength to get close to Dong Wushang. He had just gotten close to Dong Wushang when he was stopped by a loud shout. The ferocious look on his face hadn't disappeared in time, and his body had already stiffened. He stared blankly at Dong Wushang, and then blood suddenly gushed out from his 7 orifices. His entire body softly fell to the ground. After twitching for a while, he completely stopped moving. He was actually killed by Dong Wushang's shout. The guy who was killed by the shout just now was also not an ordinary person. He was a martial monarch expert. Although this level of expert was no longer worthy of the present tribulation eye, it was still a relatively high level for secular martial artists. And the power of Dong Wushang's shout was actually this powerful. He directly killed a martial monarch expert. Dong Wushang's roar was still echoing. He strode forward with big steps. An aura of no return and an army of thousands of soldiers rose spontaneously. His target was only in front, but there was actually no one on the left or right who dared to take a step forward. The few people who had just pounced forward were inexplicably shocked, but their bodies were still in the posture of pouncing forward. It was already too late for them to retreat. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The black saber in Dong Wushang's hand slashed down like lightning. Poof, poof. Pieces of corpses were neatly separated to the two sides. In an instant, blood soared into the sky. The moment Dong Wushang attacked, it was like purgatory on earth. There was only endless blood in sight. He stepped on the splattered blood and strode forward. His gaze was focused, and his expression was calm. His moves were very simple slashes and sweeps, but there was no one who could block his saber at all. With one slash, weapons disintegrated, arms broken, heads split, and bodies separated. The next moment, 2 pieces of corpses flew out cleanly in 2 different directions. All the opponents were the same, without exception. Step by step, he strode forward without any pause. One man and one saber, no one could stop him. Chapter 1634. Emole followed behind Dong Wushang, her black clothes fluttering in the wind, as if she was taking a leisurely stroll. With Dong Wushang around, there was really no room for Emole to make a move. Dong Wushang's aura had already protected his wife tightly. Anyone who came from the front would be dealt with a single slash. If someone came from the back, fine. Just one slash and the saber chi would disperse and the person would be dismembered on the spot. Following that would be the suppression of divine sense, and the person's body and soul would be destroyed. Discussions about the tribulation finally started. Dong Wushang's side had already cleared the area. There was no other reason other than the environment at Dong Wushang's side was a little too bloody. The ground was stained with blood and flesh. Dong Wushang's majestic figure stood at the center, his tiger-like eyes sweeping across the faces of the surrounding people expressionlessly. Intimidated by his domineering aura, everyone who met his eyes couldn't help but look away. No one dared to meet his gaze. It was dead silent. Only the fresh blood from Dong Wushang's saber dripped onto the ground. For a moment, the thousands of people around actually didn't dare to breathe loudly. It was really too bloody and too shocking. With a poof, Dong Wushang stabbed the black saber in his hand into the ground. Instantly, a circle of dust rose from the ground and rolled towards the surroundings. With one hand on the saber and the other on his waist, he shouted in a deep voice, "The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. This is what I said. Who says he isn't? Stand out." This shout made everyone around him take a step back in unison. At this moment, who still dared to say no? Perhaps there were still die-hard loyalists, but compared to immediately losing their lives if they denied it, these loyalists were smart enough to keep their mouths shut. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. As for the other fence-sitters, their reactions were the same. Yes, 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 the Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. If you say so, then so be it. Yes, 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 If you say he is the extraterrestrial demon, then he must be. He must be. He must be. If you say he is, then he is. If he isn't, then so be it. Boo-hoo. I was scared to death. Ha! Dong Wushang looked up to the sky and laughed. For a moment, he was filled with lofty sentiments. He shouted again, "Everyone, recite with me. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. Defeat the Dharma Supreme. Chase all the extraterrestrial demons out of the heavens. Kill the Dharma Supreme and the extraterrestrial demons." Who doesn't? Speak louder. If you think about it, you will live. If you don't, you will die. Those who were still alive were all smart people, so thousands of people shouted together, feeling the atmosphere of the Azura slaughterhouse. Those godlike people were staring at them fiercely, afraid that they would shout too slowly. His voice became softer. At this moment, the cheers truly shook the heavens. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. Defeat the Dharma Supreme. Chase all the heavenly devil whelps out of the sky. Exterminate the Dharma Supreme and heavenly demon. The roars surged out again and again, each wave louder than the last. Behind him, Imo lay or covered her forehead with her hand. She was at a loss for words. Boss wants you to come out and spread the news, guide the direction of public opinion, and then create a storm, engulfing the capital. I didn't ask you to threaten me with your life. This was simply the legendary oppression of power, forcing a good girl into prostitution. The scene was very grand, but was it useful? Do you know what she's thinking? This guy is always so domineering when doing things. He doesn't use any strategy at all. Dong Wushang opened his big mouth and laughed heartily at the sky, full of complacency. A little further away, many law enforcement officers looked over with resentment. But even if they wanted to kill the thief, they were powerless to do so. This thief was really a little too strong. They couldn't beat him no matter what. On the other side, GMO wielded his sword like the wind, as if he was cutting vegetables. He dashed back and forth in the crowd excitedly, his shouts shaking the sky. Dog Ant. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. Dog Ant. The Dharma Supreme is a heavenly devil whelp. Dog Ant. Boss is GMO. G as in GMO, MO as in GMO. It's not that GMO. It's GMO. G as in GMO, MO as in GMO. Remember all of them. This is my name. Awoo Dog Ant. Awoo, Luo Kadi roared. Everyone, listen up. Don't be fooled by that Dharma Supreme anymore. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. Awoo, do you all hear me? Awoo, our sky will definitely not allow the existence of extraterrestrial demons. Damn it, you dare to hit me. You're asking for death. Awoo, awoo, viburnum flowers bloomed one after another in front of Xie Danqiang, dancing elegantly. In such a beautiful and magnificent scene, all the onlookers and spectators seemed to be completely oblivious to the massacre and bloodshed brought by this beautiful scene. Instead, they were somewhat intoxicated by this dreamlike scene. The only thing they could see was a handsome young man in a white robe, with picturesque features. He was wandering around in the dreamlike sea of flowers, looking around in a daze. In front, behind, beside, and around this peerlessly handsome young man, there were pieces of flesh and blood. Broken limbs added a lot of tragic and cruel beauty to this dreamlike scene. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. The Dharma Supreme is already demonizing the law enforcement officers. Everyone, you must be on high alert. Once you're demonized, there's no turning back. There was no need to hear him say anything. Some of the women who were already smitten by Xie Danqiang's beauty were already frantically echoing him. No matter how big the world was, handsome guys were the most important. Such a handsome guy was really pleasing to the eye, but also tempting to the heart. One by one, the infatuated women with red hearts in their eyes fought to be the first to shout, "The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon." They followed behind the handsome Xie Danqiang, killing gods and Buddhas in their way. Even the master of calculation and manipulation, Imo Tianji, probably didn't expect Xie Danqiong to actually use his beauty on such an occasion. Although it was unintentional, it was definitely passive, but it still attracted bees and butterflies. What a monster! Could it be that handsome guys were really that amazing? Ao Sheyun and Rue Butong, a dragon and a phoenix, were also unwilling to be left out. Naturally, they also stirred up huge waves of blood. For a moment, the roar of dragons and phoenixes, the roar of swords and sabers, viburnum flowers bloomed all over the sky, and the sounds of dogs howling incessantly, extremely loud and clear. Tribulation made his move, officially appearing in the heavens. It was just the first time he made a move openly. The whole world was turned into a pile of mud. The whole world completely started to become chaotic, and it was still escalating. The news about the Dharma Supreme being the extraterrestrial demon, through the joint efforts of these 8 parties, began to spread endlessly. There were those who were angry, those who were skeptical, those who were secretly delighted, and those who were ready to fight. Some were looking for the dead. All in all, the various facets of life were revealed in full at this moment. There were also some people who weren't from big clans or law enforcement officers. They didn't participate in the battle at all, nor were they angry or doubtful. They just kept on gloating. Never doubt that there really was such a group of people in the world. As long as someone was unlucky, they would be happy. If that person was famous, they would be even happier. If the person involved could reach the level of the Dharma Supreme, they were so happy that they were bursting with joy. Motherfucker, aren't you supposed to be very impressive? You've been impressive for a full 10,000 years. Finally, you've been messed with for once. Haha, this feels so good. Let's hurry and see how the situation is developing. What exactly is going on? What the hell has it got to do with me? Dharma Supreme? With me? Tribulation? He's not my biological father either. He can do whatever he wants. It's just fun. It's really fun. It's always been law enforcement officers messing with others. This is the first time I've seen someone messing with law enforcement officers, and it's the boss of the law enforcement officers. This really makes me happy. What? Battle? Why? I'm not going. I'll just watch from the side and see who will win in the end. Ha ha ha. The Dharma Supreme has been pushed into a shitbowl this time. Huh? This guy is really unlucky. It had to be said that such people made up a considerable portion of the population. People who only wished for the world to be in chaos, who would open their mouths and gloat at other people's misfortune, were not lacking in any place in this world. There were people who harmed others without benefiting themselves, no matter which world they were in, and there were usually quite a few of them. Damn it, there were even more of them around us. At this moment, it had completely become a pot of messy porridge that had been cooked to a pulp. However, the killing was still going on. Tribulation was still going all out, as if he wanted to wash the place with blood. The big clans also gradually joined in, and at this time, it was probably only the big clans who were in charge of various areas who saw that the situation was favorable and acted on their own accord to cooperate. The real order for the big clans to provide support had not actually been issued yet. If the big clans really cooperated fully, the momentum before their eyes would probably be several times greater. And Chu Yang's goal was to blow this matter up as much as possible. The more intense, the better. It would be best if it spread throughout the entire heavens. That would be the most ideal situation, in the secret chamber of the Yi clan. Pa. Pa pa pa. Several teacups fell to the ground one after another, smashing into pieces. Some of the teacups fell from their hands, and some of them were too shocked after hearing some news. Their hands and feet trembled, and they touched the teacups on the table and smashed them. Your news, is it true? The ancestor of the Yi clan, Yi Chanshan, sat stiffly on the chair. He raised his head in shock and looked at Ling Muyang opposite him. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If there were no eye sockets blocking them, they might have shot out. Xiao Chenyu's hands were tightly clenched into fists. He placed them on the table, and his face was flushed with excitement. Surpassing had not recovered from his serious injuries. At this moment, his emotions were fluctuating, and he could no longer keep his breath steady. He coughed violently. Ling, Muyang. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. This, is this? Cough, cough. The more anxious he was, the more he coughed. Zhuge Sangqiong and Chen Yingfeng were not in a good mood either. They were panting heavily, and their eyes were fixed on Ling Muyang, waiting for him to speak, to confirm the authenticity of this news. Chapter 1635. These few people were all ancestors of big clans. All of them were at least 10,000 years old. It could be said that all of them had already reached the stage where they wouldn't bat an eyelid even if a mountain collapsed in front of them. But when they heard what Ling Muyang said at this moment, all of them completely lost their composure. The reason was only because of one sentence. After Ling Muyang returned, he immediately summoned everyone urgently. After the meeting, Ling Muyang's entire face was flushed red with excitement. He practically couldn't wait to announce a piece of news. An exceptionally important, even sensational, piece of news. Let me tell everyone a piece of super good news. Our fathers are very likely still alive. Ling Muyang's words immediately stunned everyone on the spot. After he said this, everyone was stunned. Yi Chunshin took a few deep breaths before he finally snapped back to his senses. His body suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, he was already right in front of Ling Muyang. Like a real ghost that had materialized, he grabbed Ling Muyang by the collar. What did you say just now? Say it again. Say it clearly. Even if I say it again, it's still good news. There were tears in Ling Muyang's eyes, but he was laughing happily. My father, and Uncle Yi, Uncle Xiao, Uncle Zhuge, Uncle Chen, as well as Uncle Li, Uncle Lon and the rest, there's a very high chance that they're still alive. They're all still alive. After Ling Muyang finished speaking, he took a few deep breaths and suddenly shouted, "They're still alive. Do you understand? Do I need to repeat myself?" Boom. The place where the several 10,000-year-old elders were actually bustling like a market. Everyone was talking about something excitedly, but no one cared or even heard what the others were saying. Even what they themselves were saying, they were all in a daze. Because of this sudden good news, everyone was so overjoyed that they almost lost their minds. Or rather, they had already lost their minds. Because this news was simply too shocking and too good. After a long, long time, Yi Chunshin finally remembered to ask, "Where did you get this news from? Is it accurate?" After this question was asked, everyone finally slowly quieted down. Everyone's eyes gathered on Ling Muyang. Their questioning gazes were self-evident. However, their questioning gazes were mixed with a bit of suspicion, a bit of panic, and a bit of fear. They couldn't help but doubt, panic and fear. Was that true? They had been brothers for 10,000 years, so everyone had an almost instinctive trust in Ling Muyang. As long as it came from his mouth, everyone would instinctively believe it. Anything could be believed. That was why he hadn't thought of investigating the source and authenticity of the news until now. Investigating the source and authenticity of the information after the revelry seemed absurd. Moreover, it was absolutely impossible for these people to make a mistake. But now, it really happened. This was because the news this time was too big. If it was spread wrongly, it would definitely cause great regret. This kind of empty joy would make people collapse. I went to find the master of Calamity Sword and got this information from him. Ling Muyang calmed himself down. He took a deep breath and said, more or less, "All of you have some kind of grudge or connection with the Calamity Sword Master. Only my Ling clan hasn't offended him yet. We even have some friendship with him. So, I want to see if there is any room for cooperation. After all, the extraterrestrial demon is powerful. If it's just us, even if we don't lose, the chances of winning are slim. It's always good to have more help, especially when this help comes from the legendary Calamity Sword Master." All the elders pricked up their ears and listened attentively. They knew that the truth of the matter must have originated from this conversation. After I went, I found out about the extraterrestrial demon. It was indeed difficult to match. The Dharma Supreme had demonized the high-level power of the law enforcement officers and was gradually infiltrating the lower levels. I was filled with anger and scolded Dongfang Badeo. But the Calamity Sword Master said, "The current Dongfang Badeo is no longer the Dongfang Badeo of the past, but one of the tribulations from 30,000 years ago, Diwu Chochong. It's Diwu Chochong who is using Dongfang Badeo's body to survive. He is replacing Dongfang Badeo's identity." As soon as this shocking news came out, Yi Qianqian, Xiao Qinyu, and the others felt as if thunder had struck above their heads. Their faces couldn't help but twitch. Regarding Diwu Chochong, I believe that the Calamity Sword Master wouldn't lie. Since there was an exception in the previous generation of tribulations, I couldn't help but ask about my father. At that time, I was just hoping, but I didn't expect. Ling Muyang recalled his mood when he asked that question and was still trembling with excitement. What did he say? All the elders asked together. The Calamity Sword Master said, "Our fathers are very likely to still be alive. It's just that they are not in the plane we are in. At present." Ling Muyang took a deep breath and stopped his voice from trembling. He said solemnly, "Now they are fighting in the extraterrestrial battlefield, fighting the extraterrestrial demon. If they have not been sacrificed, they are naturally still alive." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room was silent. Yi Qianqian coughed twice and murmured, "Father, the extraterrestrial battlefield, fighting the extraterrestrial demon?" His voice became a little hoarse. He covered his mouth with his hand and coughed repeatedly. He secretly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes with one finger and took a deep breath. Xiao Qinyu looked up at the sky. His mouth was tightly pursed as if he was swallowing something. His tall and straight body was trembling, from light to intense. It could be clearly seen that he was restraining himself, but he couldn't. Instead, it became more and more intense. Autumn opened her mouth, as if she wanted to laugh happily, but she almost cried. She hurriedly shut her mouth, but her tears had already fallen. The others were also so excited that they almost couldn't control themselves. 10,000 years, a whole 10,000 years have passed. Yi Qianqian's voice was hoarse and low, and he couldn't speak properly. All the old brothers felt a wave of sadness wash over them. The descendants of heroes, calamity. This was their glory, but it was also where their pain lay. In his childhood memories, his father was an indomitable figure that could support both heaven and earth. His heroic spirit was unparalleled. His hero was invincible. He swept the world. He descended into the world. He was omnipotent. However, he left long ago. No one knew where he went. There was no news of him after he left. He only left behind an eternal legend in the heavenly layer continent. Why did the big clans resist the Calamity Sword Master? On one hand, it was naturally to ask for the continuation of the clan. No one would be willing to see their clan, which had been passed down for countless years, be destroyed. However, there was another reason, and that was, if their clans were destroyed, who would spread the praises of Lord Father's great achievements? This was the foundation that Lord Father left behind. The foundation that he left behind for me to protect. We will protect it with our lives. One day in the future, when we meet Lord Father in the underworld, we can also have a clear conscience. Today, you have appeared once again. However, it was already 10,000 years later that the world had changed. Cough, 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 sob, sob. Sir Pauli coughed repeatedly, as if trying to suppress his agitated emotions. However, in the end, he really couldn't help but cry. Lord Father. When Lord Father left home that day, it was still midnight. At that time, I was sleeping, and Lord Father secretly kissed me. I was already awake then, but I deliberately didn't open my eyes. I regret it so much. Why didn't I open my eyes? 10,000 years. I have regretted it for 10,000 years. From then on, Lord Father left and never returned. However, that morning, the feeling of Lord Father rubbing against my face was unforgettable, unforgettable. Sir Pauli burst into tears. But now, Lord Father's foundation, the Sher clan, has been completely destroyed. How can I face Lord Father now? His words hit the nail on the head, and everyone silently shed tears. There was a long silence. For a moment, Sighs, sobs, and cries were all mixed together, and it didn't calm down for a long time. Now, since we already know the whereabouts of Lord Father and the others, we naturally have to look for them. Charge up the Heaven Imperial Court, increase our strength along the way, and go to the outer realm to fight the extraterrestrial demons together with Lord Father. Autumn wiped away her tears and shouted proudly. As the saying goes, brothers fight while fathers fight. Zhuge Sangqiong said solemnly, Lord Father and the others have already fought for 10,000 years. It's time for us to share some of the burden. Therefore, this encirclement of the heavenly demons this time is the first battle against the extraterrestrial demons in the future. We must not lose. Ling Muyang said solemnly. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they nodded solemnly. Amidst the joyous yet sorrowful atmosphere, someone suddenly heaved a long sigh, his voice bleak and sorrowful. Everyone turned to look. The person who heaved a long sigh was Xiao Chunyu. For a moment, everyone's hearts sank. They actually didn't know what to say. Xiao Chunyu turned his head away and then lowered it deeply, as if he had committed a crime. His entire spirit seemed to have collapsed. Chunyu. Yi Chunchen called out solemnly. Xiao Chunyu shuddered all over. He raised his head, his eyes lifeless. With a tragic smile, he said, All of us are still fine. But what about Uncle Li and Uncle Lon? When I meet all the uncles, what should I say? Lon Buhue is already dead. But Li Chuanbua was forced to his death by me. I forced him to his death. He smiled tragically, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. What should I do? How can I face my Lord Father and all the uncles? My younger brother is already dead. I even forced Chuanbua to his death with my own hands. How can I face Uncle Li? Everyone fell silent together. Yes, this was undoubtedly a dead knot that couldn't be untied. Xiao Qinyu raised his head and smiled tragically. Human kinship is really strange. In the past, when our fathers were still around, we were also like brothers. Because everyone knew that our fathers were brothers who had gone through life and death together. Even if we weren't brothers, we were even more like brothers. It was the same for our father's generation and our father's generation. Therefore, everyone felt that we were on the same side, brothers of the same generation. It's a pity that our father's generation went missing. So, we started to gradually drift apart. Yes, our father's generation was gone, and we were all busy with our own things. The emotional ties between our father's generation in the past were broken. Therefore, we slowly started to not treat each other as brothers. We started to suspect and plot against each other. Slowly, we became strangers. Slowly, we actually became enemies. The last chapter was doubly updated. It was finally done. A huge rock was also lifted from his heart. Today's last chapter, Xiao Qinyu's words, are also my sentiments. When my grandparents were still around, it was lively and lively. More than 30 relatives got along very well. Ever since the elders passed away one after another, the house also gradually became deserted. None of us did anything wrong, but many relatives seemed to have drifted apart just like that for some inexplicable reason and then disappeared. This seemed to be how human relationships worked. The elders maintained kinship while the young developed new kinship. As the elders passed away, the kinship also followed suit. Although this was the way of the world, it was indeed worth lamenting over. The destruction of the Li clan, the killing of Chuanbua, the entire plan was controlled and pushed by you from behind the scenes. Could it be that you don't have any responsibility at all? There was also the matter of Uncle Jun's family. Yi Qianqian, Zhuge Sangqiang, Chuning Feng, don't you feel ashamed? If I meet my parents in the future, I'd like to see how you're going to explain yourselves. I'll be able to fully explain what you've done. Ling Muyang's words could be said to be impolite. Every single one of his words exposed everyone's scars. It was extremely ruthless. However, The faces of Yi Chanshin and the others all twitched, but no one retorted. They looked at each other and sighed. These were all facts. How could he refute that? After a long while, someone finally spoke. With a sneer, Chun Ingfeng said darkly, "To us, this matter is indeed a huge regret. However, we're not the only ones who feel this kind of discomfort, right? Don't the Tribulation Sword Master and the rest feel the same? What are they feeling discomfort about? Make yourself clear." Ling Muyang's eyebrows were already about to rise. He really couldn't understand what Tribulation would feel discomfort about. Hee. The previous generations of Tribulation needed to destroy the big clans established by the previous generations of Tribulation in order to complete their work. If our parents didn't die and are still fighting against the extraterrestrial demons, then it's highly possible that the previous generations of Tribulation didn't die either. If they're all still alive, then don't they have an irreconcilable feud between them? The Tribulation of the next generation is the biggest culprit who destroyed the descendants of the previous generation of Tribulation. This has been the case for the past 100,000 years. Severing their bloodline, severing their heirs, this is an irreconcilable enmity. Whether it's the current Tribulation Sword Master or the previous generations of Tribulation brothers, they probably didn't have a good time when they went up, right? Chun Ingfeng sneered. Nonsense. Bastard. Ling Muyang flew into a rage. We're talking about our own business now. Why are you talking about other people's business? Do you think your discomfort will be relieved when others are suffering? Bastard. What kind of bullshit attitude is this? Can you be more shameless? You're harming others without benefiting yourself. What the hell? Chun Ingfeng blushed and said, I'm just analyzing. I'm just stating facts. Bullshit. Ling Muyang was furious. You just said that the next generation of Tribulation was the culprit who destroyed the previous generation of Tribulation. If you want to talk about this discomfort, didn't our parents suffer it? Didn't they also kill the descendants of the previous Tribulation and destroy their clans before going up? You bastard. You're cursing your own father? Isn't that right? You're just stating facts, aren't you? In an instant, the surrounding people looked at him with hostility. These few sentences of Chan Ingfeng seriously incurred the wrath of the crowd. That's how everyone gets old. It's fine if you're cursing your own father, but you're cursing my father as well? Are you courting death? Yes, actually, that's not what I meant. Chun Ingfeng was completely flustered in an instant. He waved his hands repeatedly and nodded and bowed. Sweat even appeared on his face. Bosses, I really didn't mean that. I'm just stating facts. Really? You're still talking about the facts? Then please tell me, what exactly do you mean? Yi Chanshin questioned. You're such a troublemaker. When will you change that temper of yours that harms others without benefiting yourself? You've been like this since you were young. You're always gloating over others' misfortune. You don't let others have a good time even when you're suffering. You never learn your lesson. This fellow needs to be taught a lesson. Exactly. Beat him up. The old fellows rubbed their fists and surrounded him. Chun Ingfeng knew that something was wrong. He let out a strange cry and was about to escape when Ling Muyang punched him in the face. His face immediately turned red and everyone swarmed him in an instant. Bang bang. They really hit him. Although they didn't kill him, they still hit him hard. It was fine as long as he was still alive. It had been a long time since they ganged up on him. North of the capital, on a certain road about 1,000 miles away, an old man and a young girl were walking over. The old man was an old man who looked like he was out of this world. Judging from the way he swaggered on the road, he must be a person who had read a lot of books and poems and was jealous to the bone. As for the young girl, she was a peerless beauty like a pearl. Along the way, 3,000 people turned their heads to look at her. This Tianding convention will definitely be very lively. But the Dharma Supreme must have other plans. He's very ambitious. Yes, Master. I think the Tianding convention this time must be brought forward by the Dharma Supreme and the extraterrestrial demon. I'm afraid there's a great mystery behind it. Yes, Master. This old man is rather interested in that Tianding convention. Really, Master? From the looks of it, the scale this time will definitely be much grander than the previous years. But why are there so many people? It seems a little too many. I'm afraid there's something else. Yes, master. But can't we leave quickly? No. This old man hates seeing your big brother. If I can see him later, then so be it. In short, it's better to see him later than earlier. It's best if we can see him later. Master, why are you like this? What's wrong with my big brother? My big brother is much more handsome than you, master. He's brave and knowledgeable, chivalrous and gentle, courageous and benevolent. Cough, cough. Stop. There are more ignorant people over there. Disciple, you should practice your skills and poison. That's what you should do. So boring. There aren't any experts. What kind of practice is this? What a waste of good medicine. Just as they were talking, there was already someone with a sword at his waist. He walked over valiantly with a face full of self-admiration. This little lady greets you. Of course, this was some ignorant fool who wanted to pick up girls. He saw an old man and a young man walking on the road like this. The old man was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind, and the young one was like a willow branch swaying in the wind. No matter how he looked at it, they didn't seem to have much martial strength. He was really lucky today to have met such a little beauty with no one to protect her. Looking at her travel-worn figure, she actually didn't get robbed early. He was really too lucky. It must be said that this person's observational skills were really good. He could even observe the two of them on their long journey, but he didn't think deeper. How could such a beauty who came from afar not have any ideas? If they could, why would it be his turn? This fellow probably didn't expect that today was definitely not the day of his ancestors. Instead, it seemed like there was black smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. Hopefully, he already had children or uncles, so that his family's future wouldn't be ruined. Because he actually picked up Miss Heavenly Poison's head to pick up girls. How could it be good? Get the hell out of here, you bastard. Hurry up and get lost, as far as you can. I don't want to waste time with you. Chu Lu, who was anxious to see her elder brother, asked her master to speed up but wasn't allowed to. Naturally, she was filled with anger. Seeing that this fellow actually came over to tease her, she was even more furious. However, Chu Lu wasn't a bloodthirsty person, so she only reprimanded him. Oh, little lady's temper is quite bad. I like it. That person was about to reach out and touch Chu Lu's pretty face. The next moment, that hand had only reached out halfway, but it already started to turn black from the fingertips. Then, his fingers turned into the color of ink, and it quickly spread all the way up. Chu Lu's eyes were filled with killing intent. You don't want to get lost? Then go to the gates of hell. I won't send you off. Southeast, Chu clan. Ever since Ming Chaoran arrived at the Chu clan, he had basically become Yang Ruolan's guest. Chapter 1637. Yang Ruolan would chat with Ming Chaoran almost every day. She would ask about Ming Chaoran's situation over the years. The frequency of this situation made Chu Failing very jealous. If not for his absolute trust in his wife, he might have other thoughts. It seemed that Ming Chaoran's appearance was quite outstanding. Mistress Yang asked all kinds of questions. For example, how did she pick him up from the swaddling clothes? How did he take care of him when he was 3 or 4 years old? What did he look like when he was 1 year old? What did he look like when he was 2 years old? What clothes did he wear? What did he eat usually? What was his favorite food? What was his least favorite food? There was nothing that he particularly disliked. How did he start practicing martial arts? When did he fall for the first time? Did he cry after falling? Did he have new clothes to wear during the new year? Did he have any toys when he was young? What did he like to play? And so on and so forth. Poor Ming Chaoran was a big man. Even though he had experienced these things personally, how could he remember them clearly? Such a free and easy person was stuttering and sweating under Yang Ruolan's questions. It's been too long and you can't remember? It's okay. Think slowly. Think again. Think again. Don't be anxious. Think again. You really can't remember? It's okay. Let's change to another question. Think about it. Think about it carefully. Think again. Think about it carefully. Yang Ruolan was full of interest. She listened 100 times and asked 100 times without getting tired. Poor Meng Chaoran had already grabbed the things that he could remember and repeated them at least 100 times. Yang Ruolan listened with great interest every time. She would start to wipe her tears whenever she was disrespectful. Even a person like Meng Chaoran began to cry out in his heart. He was just short of shouting for help. It's understandable if you shed tears every time you talk about something. But you would still cry after 100 times. This was too unbearable. What was this called? Especially when I was living in your house as a guest. You were chatting with me, and then you started to cry. How can I explain this? It was really embarrassing. Later on, Meng Chaoran would run as far as he could whenever he saw Yang Ruolan. If Yi Chuchen wasn't here and couldn't move, Meng Chaoran almost wanted to run away from home and wander the world. It was too awkward. This time, Meng Chaoran was an indispensable person to discuss this matter with. Master Meng, about this matter. Chu Failing asked Meng Chaoran politely. Meng Chaoran heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it wasn't Yang Ruolan who had asked him this question. Recovering his usual indifference, he said, It doesn't matter. Let them do as they please. We, especially the Chu clan, don't get involved. Chu Failing was startled. This is the extraterrestrial demon exterminating the world. Perhaps the end of the world is coming. How can Meng Chaoran speak of it so casually? Wasn't he a little too calm? For a moment, Father Chu couldn't help but admire his son's master. Look at his magnanimity. This calmness. Only such a person could have taught such a monstrous talent like my son. Just by looking at the disciple, one would know the master. It has been like this since ancient times. The ancients did not deceive me. It's just that I haven't found Senior's Feng in you, so I don't know where they are now. I don't know if Master Meng. Chu Failing was a little worried about this. He was afraid that it would delay his son's matters. After all, Senior Feng and you were peak experts in the world. If they were to help him, it would undoubtedly be a great help. You can rest assured about this. The two of them have left long ago. According to my estimation, it's very likely that they have already left the southeast region. At most, they'll be a day's journey away from the capital. Meng Chaoran said lightly, a few days ago, news of the extraterrestrial demon came and they couldn't sit still. This time, they definitely went out secretly because of this matter. With them and Chu Yang's brother's strength, I believe that the big clans won't sit idly by. In this way, other than the law enforcement officers, all the strongest forces under the heavens have already joined forces. I believe that they will be able to deal with this extraterrestrial demon extermination. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Meng Chaoran concluded. His tone was very certain. Chu Failing and Yang Ruolan were slightly relieved. But Meng Chaoran's next sentence made them want to strangle him. Speaking of which, if the strongest forces under the heavens are also defeated, then it'll be the end of the world. Everyone is doomed to die together. There's no point in worrying. Meng Chaoran said lightly, that's all. Yang Ruolan and Chu Failing were stunned. Meng Chaoran's first sentence was that he was in heaven and had unlimited imagination, as if he was already preparing a celebratory banquet for his son's triumphant return. But the second sentence was that he had directly fallen into hell. There were even 18 levels of hell, the end of the world, and everyone was doomed. Just when they wanted to catch this guy and denounce him, they saw that Meng Chaoran had already walked out lightly, leisurely, and confidently. His bearing was extremely calm. It's better to let the Chu clan make some preparations. Chu Failing made up his mind and walked out immediately. How can the clan that the Tribulation Sword Master came from not make some gestures? Even if it's a drop in the bucket, they should show some attitude. On a road leading to the capital, there were two people in snow-white clothes. They walked at a leisurely pace, their speed seeming to be slow but was actually very fast. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. They were Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, who deterred the world. This trip to the southeast to fight the Omen can be said to be the most dangerous battle in our lives. Rower, are you prepared? Of course. But my only regret is that I didn't leave behind half of my daughter for you. If anything happens, even if you and I can accompany each other in the afterlife, the Feng clan's descendants will be cut off. I'm really sorry for the ancestors of the Feng clan. Haha, silly words. You and I are of one mind, swearing to eliminate the omen. We have a clear conscience. If the omen is not eliminated, how can everyone have a future? What descendants are you talking about? Yu Lingshues smiled lightly. Facing the omen, we can fight it. If the omen is not eliminated, then everyone will die. That's all. That's right. Facing the omen with one mind, we can fight it. That's all. The couple smiled at each other and sped up their pace. Their white clothes fluttered in the wind, and they quickly disappeared in front of the ancient road. At the moment, in the capital, as the Tribulation brothers made a big fuss, it became more and more lively. Slowly, people from the big clans also started to participate. These big clans who were originally irreconcilable enemies with the Tribulation Sword Master were now desperately helping Tribulation to create momentum. Because everyone knew that even if Tribulation destroyed their clans in the future, the leaders might not be able to survive, but most of the people under them would be fine, especially the innocent women and children. The Tribulation Sword Master would never kill indiscriminately. On the other hand, if the omen succeeded, no matter if it was the innocent women and children, martial artists in the martial world, or even ordinary people, no one would be able to survive. The whole city was almost turned upside down. The power of public opinion was truly limitless. It was even more frightening and frightening. If one person said that the Dharma Supreme was the omen, he would only be treated as crazy and might be beaten to death as soon as he said it. If 10 people said it, it was equally absurd and they would be beaten to death. Even if more than 100 people said it, the law enforcement officers would still fabricate a crime to silence them. However, if thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people said the same thing, then even if the people who heard it did not believe it, they would also think, why did they mention the Dharma Supreme instead of others? Since so many people said so, there must be a reason, or, as long as there was a guess, it would slowly become half believed and half doubted. At least, it would not be completely without suspicion. Those who had just entered the capital were still somewhat indignant, but slowly, they started to have doubts. The situation was slowly developing in a direction that was not favorable to the Dharma Supreme, and the trend was gradually expanding. The law enforcement officers in the city were completely powerless to stop such a crazy situation. They had long been suppressed to the point where they did not dare to show their faces. They could only hide, not daring to speak out despite their anger. At this time, if they still dared to say that the Dharma Supreme was not the omen, even if they were not beaten to death, they would definitely be beaten to death. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Outside the city, this was an exceptionally quiet little village. The higher-ups of the law enforcement officers were all gathered here. At this moment, the eyes of these elites were emitting a cold black glow. Waves of dense demonic aura would occasionally surge from the surface of their bodies. In the innermost room, a few hoarse roars could be faintly heard from time to time. It seemed as if a few people were undergoing inhumane torture and torture. Their voices had already become unbearable to listen to. Dharma Supreme, you damned beast, an old voice was scolding weakly. I have lived an upright life, a hero of my generation. Yet you led me into the path of the devil and became a seed of the devil. It was Ping Xiaoyun's voice. You beast, you will definitely die a horrible death. Suddenly, there was a shrill scream, followed by an angry roar. Let me die. Let me die. Why can't you even let me die? I would rather die than become a devil. Why can't I commit suicide? Why? He obviously wanted to commit suicide, but he was controlled by the thoughts in his mind, and he could not even seek death. Feeling the demonic aura invading his body and soul, Ping Xiaoyun's face was full of tears. His heart was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. My perseverance of a lifetime. My heroic reputation. I am a law enforcement officer. How can I become a devil? It can't be. Another heart-wrenching scream was heard. This was another law enforcement officer, a supreme martial artist who was enduring endless torment in his heart, wandering between human and devil. The demonic will and the righteous will of the past were in a life-and-death struggle. One could vaguely see that the surging demonic will had already gained the upper hand. His spirit had already been devoured, and only his instincts were left. How long could a rootless water last? Chapter 1638. That person's eyes were as black as ink at one moment, and as white as snow the next. His face was ferocious, and his muscles were spasming as he struggled to maintain his last shred of clarity. However, it was obvious that they were having a hard time holding on and could collapse at any time. Once their last shred of clarity was gone, they would no longer be upright law enforcement officers but demons, demons who wreaked havoc in the human world. There were hundreds of people inside and outside, all of them former colleagues who had fought together for a lifetime. How deep were their relationships? However, at this moment, it was as if no one had heard him and there was no reaction at all. There were also people whose eyes were shining with a cruel gleam of pleasure. The evil aura had completely affected their hearts, turning their hearts into cold iron stones. They were completely indifferent to the miserable state of their comrades who had fought side by side with them in the past. They were extremely cold and indifferent. A cold voice came from the treetops. "Shut up!" It was the Dharma Supreme's voice. In the thatched cottage, all the struggling and cursing suddenly disappeared. The demonic soul had long been devoured by the Dharma Supreme. As long as these people were not killed by accident, even if they wanted to die or commit suicide, they would have to get the Dharma Supreme's permission before they could do so. As long as the Dharma Supreme did not agree, he could continue to control their spirits and manipulate their actions. Even if they wanted to die, they could not. Once he told them to shut up, no matter how unwilling they were, they would have to obey the Dharma Supreme's orders involuntarily. Perhaps the word obey should not be used, but obey. Having lost their spirits, they were just puppets to the Dharma Supreme. Ping Xiaoyun clenched his teeth tightly, tears streaming down his face. He slammed his head against the wall violently. Endless regret made him feel as if he was better off dead. If I had known, why would I have participated in that damn test? After giving up everything, he finally realized. When he gave up, he actually gave up on his soul and his conscience as well. He would be consigned to eternal damnation. The remaining bit of kindness in his heart, as well as the perseverance of 20,000 years, was still making its final struggle. However, he also knew that he couldn't struggle for much longer. At any moment, he would completely collapse and completely fall into the devil's path. On the treetops, two figures in black stood quietly at a high point. One had long hair fluttering in the wind. He was the Dharma Supreme. The other had a black cloth covering his head but was evil. He was the heavenly demon. Both of them spread out their divine senses. He checked the situation in the capital. Those people are all scolding you. Moreover, their ability to organize is quite strong. It seems to be very effective, the heavenly demon said in a gloating tone. The Dharma Supreme didn't say anything and just stood there like a statue. His face was expressionless. If their public opinion is really formed, it will be very disadvantageous for you. I didn't expect you to have such a high status in this trashy plane, to be able to cause such an impact. I really underestimated you back then. The heavenly demon continued. The Dharma Supreme remained silent. Don't you have anything to say? Could it be that he was at his wit's end? I don't know what to do. The heavenly demon looked at him, amused. How do you do it? The Dharma Supreme was silent for a moment before he said indifferently, It's nothing more than a huge massacre. Just kill them all. What's the point of wasting your breath on dead people? What do you want to say? Good. I like this method. The heavenly demon laughed loudly. The Dharma Supreme was silent, his gaze deep as he looked into the distance. The gaze in the eyes of the people who were already in a complete uproar slowly turned cold. As if he had made up his mind about something, he let out a low sigh. With his hands behind his back, he floated down from the tree. The Dharma Supreme's body was like a black feather, floating in the air without any weight. He walked down step by step. His black robe fluttered in the wind, making it flutter in the air. It was eerie and terrifying, but at the same time, it was free and unrestrained. He murmured softly, "How many years of flourishing time? Who really wanted to murder me? Do you remember? Back then, love was extinguished. So much hatred turned into dust and sand. Go, go, go. Just let my heart betray this world." When he reached the last sentence, the Dharma Supreme's cold gaze suddenly showed a hint of fear. He looked into the distance somewhat blankly, a trace of memories flashing past his eyes, mixed with endless pain. However, the next moment, it was replaced by a cruel decisiveness, as if he had finally made up his mind to abandon the past and everything. He murmured, "Go, go, go. Just let my heart betray this world. So be it. Ha ha ha. So be it. Betray this world." The Dharma Supreme let out a long howl, his long hair flying messily. At this moment, he finally landed on the ground. In a flash, he entered the room. Then, there was a crisp slap, as if someone had slapped someone. The Dharma Supreme's cold voice said, "Ping Xiaoyun, don't fail to appreciate my kindness." There was only silence in the room. There was also silence outside. Many people started to tremble. The Dharma Supreme walked out slowly and said indifferently, "Send 2 people to the city to clean up the rubbish. At this time, the city should be quieter. Your subordinate is willing to go." Approved. Remember, if it's tribulation and the tribulation sword master, kill without mercy. Use all your strength. If necessary, you may as well die together with the enemy. Yes. The 2 people, one tall and one short, stood out and cupped their fists. Then, they turned into a gust of wind and disappeared abruptly. Their cultivation was extraordinary. The heavenly demon stood behind the Dharma Supreme again and said, "Now, that place has become a whirlpool. Whoever goes there will die. You only sent 2 people there. Are you sending them to their deaths? To die together with the enemy, even if you have the intention, you must have the ability to do so." The Dharma Supreme was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "Send 2 second-grade Supreme martial artists to test the strength of those people. I believe it will still be effective." Second-grade Supreme martial artists to their deaths. Hee hee. What a big move. For this trash plane, it is indeed a big move. The heavenly demon laughed strangely. The Dharma Supreme smiled coldly and said indifferently, "If there are too many people, they will definitely choose to retreat and hide temporarily. At that time, we will still have to spend effort to find them. Only when there are not too many people can we test a certain level of strength. Right from the start, this is what I have been worried about. They are not big clans, but tribulation, who has already become famous. If these 2 second-grade Supreme martial artists can return in the end, then I can be completely at ease. If they can't return, then the Tianding Grand Meeting 3 days later will have to be held by you personally. Only then will it be stable." The heavenly demon smacked his lips and said, "Since that is the case, why don't you try it yourself? Wouldn't that be safer?" The Dharma Supreme snorted with his hands behind his back. "If I have to do everything personally, what is the use of having them?" he said coldly. "Besides, after these people are demonized, what is the effect? There is still a need to test. And this time, it is the test. Only when they are completely used by me will I." The heavenly demon laughed strangely and said, "Your demonic seed is already very impressive." The Dharma Supreme narrowed his eyes and said, "It is still lacking a lot of maturity, such as, the heavenly demon couldn't imagine that the young demon, who was already completely under his control, would have any other thoughts." Hearing the Dharma Supreme's question, he said disdainfully, "I didn't expect you to not even know this? Listen, so-and-so. I see. And what about that? Like this, watch and remember. Yes, yes. Not bad, not bad. That's basically it. You have basically learned everything. The rest is just a process of familiarizing yourself with it." The heavenly demon smiled satisfactorily and said, "In the future, you will definitely achieve extraordinary things, even if you reach my level. It is also not impossible, as long as you work hard enough. Everything is possible. The Dharma Supreme said solemnly, I hope so. I hope it is as you said, that everything is possible. But now, there is still one last problem that I don't understand, and that is the path of the heavenly demon, or the path of advancement. The heavenly demon laughed. Advancement is actually not difficult, you just need to do this, and you can gradually improve, step by step. Our cultivation is completely different from the bullshit cultivation of the human race. Yes, I remember. I really remember all of it. The Dharma Supreme smiled and said, My lord, how much of your demonic body has recovered? Do you need me to rain in some more soul power? The heavenly demon nodded in satisfaction. You are filial. My injuries have already recovered by about half, and my disrupted cultivation has also recovered to 10% of its peak. Haha, although it's only 10%, it's still not something a middle-grade supreme martial artist can bear. If I had more soul power, I would be able to recover even faster. However, in this trashy plane, it's hard to find high-quality soul power, so I can only use quantity to supplement the quality. The Dharma Supreme nodded. I will go and collect the soul power now. The heavenly demon said, Go. The two people who went earlier are already our demonic seeds. If they don't come back this time, there is no harm in absorbing their soul power. If I can devour the demonic seeds, I can recover faster. This time, don't neglect it. Okay, understood. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed and he left. Seeing that the Dharma Supreme had left, the heavenly demon revealed an extremely evil smile. Just as he was about to enter his room, he suddenly frowned and looked to his right. Letting out a cry of surprise, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and leaped away. On the road about 100 miles to the right of this small village, there was a team that was advancing hurriedly. There were only a total of 7 people in this team. The leader had one big eye and one small eye, one eyebrow pointing to the sky and one eyebrow pointing to the ground, one ear pointing to the front and one ear sticking to the back. To have such a strange appearance, it was naturally only the Lord Tantan of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. The short and fat man beside Tantan was Gooey Goo. The other 5 people were all elders of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. This time, Tantan didn't let Xie Danfeng accompany him. Heavenly demon destroying the world? There was actually such a thing? This news made the great demon king Tan very angry. In this world, other than me, who else is worthy of being called a demon? Now, some heavenly demon has actually popped out. This is totally fucking unreasonable. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.